Good morning. It's my pleasure to share this session with our dear friends Fionnuala from Ireland and Luís Val as well, our friend Francisco Topa, both from Portugal. So we begin with Fionnuala, please.
I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to all the organisers, and lovely to see all my old friends and meet some new people too. So my paper seeks to highlight the significance of collecting, contextualising, dating and publishing proverbs and related material, not least in lesser used languages. Who were these men, the men of my title? They were exact contemporaries and most likely acquaintances in 19th century Ireland. And like me, they would probably both have been delighted to be here. Both made collections of proverbs in Ulster, the northern province of Ireland. Their backgrounds. In 1808, Robert McAdam was born in Belfast and went on to work there, while Abraham Hume, born 6 years later, in the countryside close to Belfast, worked in the town for a while and then moved to Liverpool in England. Both from nonconformist, namely Presbyterian backgrounds, McAdam joined his older brother James in the family business, ironmongery, when he left school when he was only 14, probably because of the early death of their father. While Hume enjoyed extensive third-level education, becoming a teacher and later an Episcopalian clergyman. Both, however, shared several interests unconnected with their everyday work: languages, antiquities, publishing, and collecting proverbs. Indeed, McAdam appears to have been the first to publish Hume's proverbs in a learned journal. This was in the opening volume of the Ulster Journal of Archaeology, henceforth the Ulster Journal. In it, Hume contributed a short list of proverbs from the northern part of Ireland. Although he had departed for Liverpool a decade earlier, it was titled Rustic Proverbs Current in Ulster, and it was simply signed H, despite the fact that he published another article in the same volume under his full name. 4 years after Hume's Proverbs, McAdam's Proverbs began to appear in the same journal. So, both men garnered proverbs in the selfsame part of Ireland, but with a significant difference. Hume's Proverbs were in the English of Ulster and McAdam's in the Irish of Ulster. Only McAdam's collection of proverbs was ever published in full, and apart from a few, the Ulster Journal the only record of them. I looked at the McAdam manuscripts that are in various places in Belfast and only found a few in a small leather notebook. So the Ulster Journal really is the only record of most of McAdam's. On the other hand, with the exception of those in some mock almanacs and in the Ulster Journal under H, almost all of what Hume collected is only to be found in manuscript. This is in the Public Record Office of Northern Ireland, PRONI. Hume was a prolific publisher, and it seems to me that the proverb manuscript in PRONI, which I'm discussing, was intended for publication. As I have indicated, for both men, palmology was a pursuit rather than a main occupation. McAdam was a businessman and inventor. Along with his brother James, he established the Soho foundry in 1835. But by 1852, he writes that it was employing over 200 workmen. And it was one of 9 busy foundries clustered together in Belfast. Ironworking was essential to the shipbuilding and linen industries there. McAdam invented a water turbine, which his foundry manufactured. It was widely exported, even to Egypt, which McAdam visited. And indeed, the ruler Abraham Pasha visited the Soho foundry in 1846. A year later, the foundry was to produce much-needed machinery for grinding the Indian corn, which had been imported for the starving who flocked into Belfast following the devastating Irish potato famine. Turning to the backdrop of the Reverend Hume, his parish was in an extremely poor area of Liverpool, where he untiringly carried out surveys and produced reports for the hierarchy in the hope of improving the situation for those in his care, most of whom were unemployed. McAdam's proverb collection, as titled in the Ulster Journal, is 600 Gaelic proverbs collected in Ulster, Gaelic being another word for the Irish language. The vast majority of the 600 were indeed proverbs. Hume collected a similar number of items, although not all were proverbs. In fact, he divided his collection into 2 main parts, proverbs and phrases, the second containing many proverbial comparisons, like as black as the crook. Although the collections of both men were essentially created by themselves, perhaps they were supplemented a little by others. A native Irish speaker who was employed by McAdam to assist with his work in seeking out and buying or transcribing manuscripts in Irish is said to have noted songs, proverbs, and anecdotes, and this all prior to the publication of McAdam's Proverbs. Hume left Ireland, but his brother John remained, and we know that he collected folk songs at least, which Abraham also published on. Nevertheless, Hume, in the introduction to his unpublished collection, says that he himself noted the Proverbs down at intervals over the past 3 years. A friend, in a short memoir, draws attention to the fact that Hume was endowed with a powerful and retentive memory, which he surely must have needed because he worked in England far from any informants. I must say here that the extracts from the memoir of Hume are mentioned courtesy of Liverpool Central Library and Archives. McAdam, in the introduction to his collection, states that his proverbs were written down by myself from the mouths of people during a series of years when opportunities brought me sometimes into contact with the Gaelic-speaking population of various localities in the north. So, both collections were garnered from oral tradition. Neither would have considered himself to be part of the group from whom he was collecting, and it seems likely that both were noting down proverbs as they occurred in speech rather than soliciting them. McAdam would have been known by reputation in the localities in which he collected because over several years scribes on his behalf had been seeking out those manuscripts in Irish. Regarding his purpose, McAdam writes that the present collection may serve to throw some light on the character of the native Irish population of Ulster, comprising, as it does, their favourite sayings on a great variety of subjects, while Hume was attracted to variety in language and to recording it. They're the introductions of the 2 men. Both collections have extensive introductions which demonstrate that these men were well prepared to recognise proverbial material. Owing to their wide reading, they had large libraries to draw on and were familiar with collections and studies in various languages. Both cite versions in other languages. Hume to the English of England and to Scotch, not the whisky, that is, the English of Scotland, and to the classics, and MacAdam, besides these, to others, particularly Romance languages. In his introduction, MacAdam refers to earlier Irish language collections which had been published in Ireland, and he was aware that his own was the largest yet published in Ireland and could have been extended by several hundred more if he had had more opportunity. He highlights the wisdom of Proverbs by opening his list with Don Quixote's words on them, and he used the original Spanish. I am of the opinion, Sancho, that there is no proverb which is not true, because they are all sentences drawn from experience itself, the mother of all sciences. Hume had more than likely read MacAdam's collection in the Ulster Journal, and it would seem likely that MacAdam was aware of Hume's ongoing paramological work. MacAdam was a committee member and proprietor of Belfast's Linen Hall Library and compiled 2 catalogues of its holdings, amongst which were some copies of the Transaction of the Historical Society of Lancashire and Cheshire, which had been founded by Hume. If not before, surely they encountered one another when the British Association for the Advancement of Science met in 1852 in Belfast. James and Robert MacAdam were responsible for the exhibition which accompanied it, and the Reverend Hume spoke at it. Unfortunately, I have not yet been able to track down any correspondence between the two, and neither refer to the other's work. But I haven't yet given up, and there are plenty more stones that could be unturned. So, how are the lists arranged? They're both in lists, but both men divide their lists into sections. MacAdam's throwing light on the Proverbs applications, particularly for those which have gone out of use. For example, and che Hianglis is che Shulis, he that binds travels, to which he adds, i.e., he who ties his burden properly will get along without stoppages. A proverb in the section foresight, caution, thrift, prudence. The pair include comments with many of the items, which sometimes shed light on their contexts. MacAdam even saying, I have occasionally given examples of application, such as I myself have met with, although neither ever describe or name their informants. While modern scholarship discounts weather sayings as proverbs, Hume and MacAdam both, especially Hume, include weather sayings without any particular distinction. Their inclusion is helpful not only in understanding proverb scholarship of the era, but in determining the collector's approaches and sources. Hume's collection begins with proverbs expressed in rhyme, which probably reflects Hume's interest in rhyme generally, such as in song, and most of these are weather sayings. MacAdam is also attracted to rhyme and draws attention to the particular kind of rhyme in Irish language proverbs. Hume's second section is titled Proverbs Relating to Time and Seasons, and he mentions the warm month and the blue month, perhaps suggesting that his potential readers would not be familiar with the expressions that contain them. His third section is of proverbs relating to agriculture and humble life. As with the weather sayings in the earlier sections, Hume was well positioned to be aware of the significance of such proverbs because he had been brought up on a farm with flax for linen, potatoes, oats, and livestock such as cattle, pigs, poultry, and horses. The weather sayings, as well as some of the proverbs, reinforce the fact that the collection really does stem from rural Ireland, because Hume, since a youngish man, was living in a city slum far from country life. The contrast no doubt heightened the difference between what he was hearing in Ireland as opposed to urban England, and perhaps made them more memorable. He finishes off with our old friend, miscellaneous sayings. Several of the Proverbs reveal their provenance because of the dialect words that they display, most of which are described by Hume. There never was a dirty cow but would like to have a marrow. Hume glosses marrow as an equal. There was never a dirty cow but would like to have an equal, with Hume's comment easily seen how this could be applied to humans, thus demonstrating his appreciation of proverb metaphor. The items in the section under the headings Proverbs number over 300, and under his other section phrases almost 300. So roughly the same number as MacAdam collected of items. And they both have their own introductory remarks. The phrase's introduction opens by saying, "It will be evident on the slightest consideration that the following collection of phrases is intimately related to Proverbs and can be a key to understanding them." In the phrases part, we find items such as, "I can't make a silk purse out of a sow's lug," which is probably more familiar in proverb form, and there's a number of those. So very important, these phrases too. As well as Hume's prestigious memory, the memoir mentions that the late canon possessed a keen sense of humour and a store of ready wit. His assemblage clearly demonstrates how he was attracted to wit, although it is surprising that while MacAdam's includes Wellerisms, the customary characteristic of which is humour, Hume's does not. Not so surprising is that MacAdam's collection does include enumerative items. Variants are rare among the lists, an exception being to the following in MacAdam. Can Ilya Tilya ovade nach train, however great the flood, it will ebb. Below which MacAdam says, or, more poetically expressed, Níl Tilya de ved nach taid shall tamil and tra. Turning to MacAdam's section, he has over 20, with weather sayings being included in good and bad luck. Now, the discovery of these collections. Hume's collection lay dormant in the Public Record Office until I stumbled across it. It is undated, however, some proverbial comparisons and phrases which may derive from it did see the light of day in 1878 in his remarks on the Irish dialect of the English language. And it seems from content and style that this article postdates the collection. In contrast, MacAdam's collection has received plenty of attention, no doubt because it, unlike Hume's, was published. It, MacAdam's, was incorporated into O'Maurice's Seanach le Alu, Ulster Proverbs, which is where I became aware of it. Seanach le Alu, Ulster Proverbs, was first published in 1906, with its penultimate edition being 70 years later. Unfortunately, unlike the earlier editions which were published with MacAdam's translations and comments in English, this edition was published in Irish only, making it inaccessible to all but a few and leading to their exclusion from parameography and parameology. Not a great approach for the health of a minority language. Happily, this backward step was not followed by Art Hughes when he republished MacAdam's 600 bilingually, Irish and English, and with the multilingual versions that MacAdam had originally included. So in summary, we owe a great debt to these two men for recording these proverbs. Hume was the first to record many in his assemblage, and more than half of what the two men collected appear to never again have been recorded. In the case of MacAdam, this amounts to 365 of the 600 that he collected. This is partly, no doubt, because of the decline of the Irish language, but over half of Hume's have not since been recorded either. So it also indicates just how many proverbs fade from use, whether in a language that is flourishing or not. So thank you very much.
We have some minutes. Can you address some questions to Fionnuala, please?
It's too early in the morning. Oh, Lisa.
Wait a moment, Lisa. Lisa.
Okay. If a person asks something, she's stupid 5 minutes, but if she never asks anything, she doesn't know that thing never, ever in life. So actually it very often comes up that whether proverbs are not proverbs, they are counted as sayings, even they can be put in some other occasions, not only in the weather. What is the reason? I have not been doing so much with the weather, so-called weather sayings, but I know that in Finland and in Estonia there is also that some of us count them as proverbs, some as only as sayings. What is the biggest reason for that? Can you tell me, please?
Metaphor is the biggest difference. Weather sayings and the other calendar ones can only be used in certain situations. They're specific. And although we have some proverbs that, can only be used in a certain situation and mean what the words say, but the main feature of a true proverb is metaphor. Yeah.
But a proper proverb. But actually, it means that we have to follow that Johnson's metaphor. But there are other metaphors. But in Finnish language, we can use them also in other situations.
Right.
So. And if I understand right, so it is also in Estonian language. It is possible to use them as a metaphor, but it is not lack of Johnson metaphor we use. I think so.
Well, there are a few that have no calm before a storm. Can be either. There are a few that
yes.
can be metaphorical. A few weather sayings that can be metaphorical.
Yeah.
So are there many in Finnish and Estonian?
Yeah. The same, for example, tyyntämyrskyn edellä. So before somebody gets angry, so you are calm. If you are normally not calm, if I'm very calm, you can think that it is tyyntämyrskyn edellä. So actually there is no big reason why they are not proverbs. It is lack of Johnson's metaphor, but if we look at other metaphors, they combine with that.
Well, the weather proverbs are they display some of the other same features as proverbs. Meter and rhyme. Rhyme in particular is a big feature of weather in English, at any rate, and probably in other languages. The rhyme is a big feature of weather sayings, for instance, whereas it's not. I mean, you do get rhyme in
I just try to understand.
Too,
that's why I ask.
Yeah.
Irina, have you something?
I have 2 remarks to your interesting presentation. Thank you, Fionnuala. First of all, regarding weather proverbs that Lisa mentioned, I think, for example, in the Russian primarology, the weather proverbs are considered as a kind of proverbs. There is also a terminology, they're called pronostics, because sometimes they can be used as a general observation of life or are connected to special dates, Catherine Day, St. George Day, and so on. Snow, rain, dry weather. It's a special kind of, but still they are proverbs. Another thing that I wanted to make a remark about, you mentioned the context the proverbs are included in. It is very important because even in the modern proverbs, in a foreign language, even in our mother tongue, it's not always clear what the certain proverb means. And personally myself, I experienced difficulties when studying Portuguese proverbs. It's very difficult to find texts, examples, context with the proverbs included, to better understand their actual meaning. It's very important, especially for the scientists which worked many centuries ago.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Yeah. Mm.
Thank you. So I've got one remark and one question for you. So the remark is about weather proverbs. I think in the literature, one of the reasons why they're often classified as outside of Proverbs is not really metaphor, because metaphor is very controversial as an obligatory criterion, but it's because of applicability and whether they concern directly or indirectly human activities. So it has to do more with applicability and how generalizing they can be as opposed to bona fide proverbs. And my question is, I was curious to know if you had any idea about the percentage of these proverbs from these collections, the percentage of proverbs that are still used or current today.
Well, I did mention at the end that so many of them have not been recorded again, like over half of both collections. So out of McAdam's Irish language ones, he published 600. They're not all exactly Proverbs, but anyway, of the 600 items, 365 have not been recorded, to my knowledge, again. Well, he was working in the middle of the 19th century. It's not just the minority language, the dying out of that language. It's, shows, I think, how Proverbs repertoires do change more rapidly than we might have imagined, maybe.
We have time for one more question, please. No more. Thank you so much, Fionnuala.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Francisco Topa.
Okay, é muito fácil. Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased to be here for the third time, and I would like to congratulate Rui and all his team for this splendid organization. I'm going to read my presentation. It's not surprising that animals, especially domestic animals or those closest to humans, frequently appear in proverbs which do not always depict them neutrally, often assigning them images that oddly or not at all align with reality. This has led to the emergence of animal welfare organizations advocating for a revision of such sayings. An example is PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, which launched a campaign in 2018 to put an end to expressions suggesting mistreatments of animals, an initiative that gained support from the Portuguese political party PAN, People, Animals, Nature. The case I intend to discuss does not even involve cruelty to animals, except on a psychological level. I am referring to the different treatment of the horse and the donkey, two quadrupeds of great and equal utility to humans, but which receive very different portrayals in Proverbs. My starting point is the saying which, according to the explanation which, according to the explanation in the 1562 edition of Farsa of Inês Pereira by Portuguese playwright Gil Vicente, served as the basis for the play. The following farce was presented to the most high and powerful king Dom João III of that name in Portugal, in his convent of Tomar in the year of our Lord 1523. Its theme was given to the author, who, because a certain man of good knowledge doubted whether he composed these works himself or borrowed from other authors, was assigned this saying as a subject: "I'd rather have a donkey that takes me than a horse that throws me." And from this theme, this verse was created. The meaning of the proverb is quite obvious. It's preferable to use a lesser means of transport that is effective than to resort to a superior one that fails and might even be dangerous. Gil Vicente applies this saying to marital relationships. The young Inês Pereira, who initially rejected a suitor she found simple-minded, preferring a squire whom she believed to be discreet, learns from experience and, once widowed, changes her initial stance, marrying the less esteemed candidate. Interpretations of this have varied over time, but two remain largely consensual. First, it presents as a satire that reiterates an age-old theme. Second, it serves to punish a young woman who aspired to social promotion through marriage. The proverb raises a question that is not easily explained: the superiority of the horse over the donkey, which is also found in our other sayings. As early as 1651, António Delicado, in Portugal's oldest collection of proverbs, includes, alongside the one used by the so-called father of Portuguese theatre, another. In Portuguese, mais vale ruim cavalo que ter asno, or in English, a bad horse is better than having a donkey. Indeed, this hierarchy between animals is an old one. In the following century, one only has to look at the descriptions dedicated to the two animals by Rafael Boto. About the horses, the horse, he writes that is noble, faithful, and generous, four-legged animal, whose natural trait is to neigh, and whose utility is as notable as the service it provides to humans in hunting, war, festivities, journeys, and in all domestic matters, requiring its strength and agility to transport loads across distant places. Conversely, it describes the donkey as four-legged animal with larger ears, domestic, lazy, foolish, but laborious and patient. Today's dictionaries describe them more neutrally, yet donkey or ass continues to be used as an insult, suggesting someone's lack of intelligence. This can be seen in proverbs such as quem tem burro e anda a pé ainda mais burro é, or in English, who has a donkey and walks on foot is even dumber, or teimoso como burro, phrases like teimoso como burro, stubborn as a donkey or a mule, or andar de cavalo para burro, going from horse to mule, still persist, with the later capturing society's general perception of the first animal's superiority over the second. The reasons for the differing evaluation of these two animals, both equally useful as labor and transportation, are not clear. Both belonging to the Equus genus, the donkey and the horse were domesticated at different times. The domestication of the donkey likely occurred 5,000 or 6,000 years ago in Africa, arriving in Europe and Asia about 4,500 years ago. The horse, in contrast, may have begun to be domesticated around 4,200 years ago in the steppes of the Black Sea region, later spreading to other parts of Asia and Europe. The donkey's smaller size, slower speed, and apparently lesser docility may explain its lower value. Additionally, the horse's military advantage could have decisively increased its value over time. Despite this, the donkey appears prominently in the Bible, both in the Old and the New Testaments, as a working animal and a means of transport, used, for instance, by Jesus' mother and by Jesus himself. In the Book of Numbers, there is an episode in which Balaam's donkey, having seen the angel of the Lord, swerves off the path to save Balaam's life and even speaks to explain the situation to its master. Both animals frequently appear in Aesop's fables. In the story, The Horse and the Donkey, the theme of solidarity is depicted. Carrying a notably heavy load, the donkey asks the horse for help, but the horse refuses. However, upon the donkey's death, the horse is forced to carry both the load and the donkey's skin. In same line of critic toward a certain arrogance of the horse, we have the fable, The Horse That Lost Its Liberty, in which a horse competes for a meadow with a deer and seeks help from a man to drive away its rival. But the man realizes the horse's usefulness and begins to use it for his own purposes. The donkey, meanwhile, is often depicted as foolish and therefore punished. In The Ass and His Masters, a donkey, unhappy with his owner, wishes for a change, only to regret each new master, eventually longing for the old one. In The Ass Carrying an Image, a donkey, thinking a crowd's reverence is directed at him, stops, refusing to continue, and is beaten by his master. Finally, in The Ass in the Lion's Skin, a donkey tries to scare other animals by wearing a lion's skin, but is quickly recognized by his braying. The perspective adopted by the great Brazilian literary classic Machado de Assis is quite different. In a text titled Crônica dos Burros, published in 1892. Regarding the inauguration of electric streetcars, the chronicle begins by saying that he hadn't spoken about them yet because he hadn't yet tried them. But it is this very postponement that structures the text, with the electric streetcar theme addressed in two indirect ways. First, through reference to the gesture of the driver who had one of these vehicles with an air of great superiority. He felt he had invented not the electric streetcar, but electricity itself. Second, through the transcription of a dialogue between the two donkeys pulling the traditional streetcar, in which the narrator writes, Machado avoids allowing the text to slip into the realm of fable, saying that he knows a bit of the language of the Awanems as recounted by the famous Gulliver. This establishes, on one hand, an equivalence between donkey and horse, animals, as we have seen, vastly different in literary tradition and popular imagination. According to the narrator, the language was the same. The donkey speaks less, certainly. It is perhaps the trappist of that great animal division, but it does speak. On the other hand, with the reference to Gulliver, Machado asserts the satirical direction of his text in the tradition of Jonathan Swift, an aspect not often noted by commentators on the Brazilian text. By designating the two characters in dialogue by their relative position, the one on the right, the one on the left, Machado Assis promptly signals the political nature of his text. An immediate allegorical reading suggests an evaluation of the abolition of slavery decreed in Brazil 4 years early in 1888. The left-side donkey argues that the extension of electric traction to Wall Street cars will lead the donkeys to freedom. However, his colleague on the right recalls that similar past proclamations had failed to yield the promised results and that now there would merely be a change of owner. According to him, freedom would only come with old age, consisting only of the freedom to rot. Although bitter and a minority view, this political interpretation made complete sense, as historians and sociologists have longer recognized. Lacking an alternative model of life for the formerly enslaved, abolition brought a largely false freedom, forcing men to continue serving unpaid the same masters who were now freed from the obligation to provide for their subsistence. In a certain sense, Machado Assis, himself a descendant of enslaved people, seems to compare the title change promoted by abolition with the change in the traction force of the streetcars. While for the agents the effect is minimal and illusory, for the beneficiaries of the energy or labor, the change is not at all. To view the text as an anti-capitalist statement would certainly be an overreach, as evidenced by the rest of the author's work. However, it is undeniable that we are faced with a disenchanted view of society and, above all, of the idea of progress. For Machado, electricity was condemned to the same fate as the steam engine and, we might say today, the combustion engine, automation, the introduction of computers, the internet, or artificial intelligence. While the benefits are undeniable, the truth is that none of these inventions has truly changed society or led to the widespread improvements for the working masses. Furthermore, in invoking Gulliver at the beginning of the text, Machado is also alluding to Swift's satire on the subject. I am referring to chapters 4, 5, and 6 of Part 3 of Gulliver's Travels, dedicated to Barney Barbie, and in particular to the later two, which described a guided tour of the great Academy of Lagado, led by Lord Menodi. Here, Lemuel Gulliver has the chance to better understand the causes of the profound misery that had overtaken Laputa, a reckless belief in miraculous progress capable of revolutionizing, for example, agriculture or construction, had led to the whole country lies miserably waste, the houses in ruins, and the people without food or clothes. By all which, instead of being discouraged, they are 50 times more violently bent upon prosecuting their schemes, driven equally on by hope and despair. Among the projects being developed at the Academy was an attempt to reduce human excrement to its original form of food, or to construct houses by starting with the roof and finishing with the foundations. Machado de Assis does not go this far in his southern progress, nor does he touch directly upon the meaning or meaningless of science. Still, I believe this text must be read in this light. But the chronicle can also be read more literally, whether by interpreting the donkeys as donkeys or by seeing them as horses speaking the Oanim's language. Regarding the first hypothesis, various proposals have emerged in recent years as the field of animal studies continues to expand. Pedro Carvalho, for instance, published in 2021 an article based on part of his doctoral thesis presented at the University of California, Santa Barbara, in which he proposes viewing Machado de Assis as an animal rights advocate. To support this, he considers a broad corpus adding to the a column on donkeys, three other texts of the same genre: Carnívoros y Vegetarianos, or Carnivores and Vegetarians, Bullfights, and Donkey Rights, and Donkey Rights. Okay. His argument is solid, allowing us to admit that there is also in these texts an emphasis on animal subjectivity rather than the traditional use of animals as metaphor or fable, as much as we may recognize in Machado's text traces of Aesop's fable, The Ass and His Masters. In this sense, we can also see in Crônica dos Burros a defense of these animals against mistreatment and the injustice they suffer. However, I believe that the author of Quincas Borbas goes further, proposing the donkey as a model for humankind, a model superior even to the Oanims themselves. Just as Gulliver learned to admire these horses and despise his own species, the Iaos, recognizing them as incorrigible, Machado also imparts to his readers a lesson in skepticism in a language that, as the left-side donkey observes, is not one of hope. The language of the author of Dom Casmurro is, like that of the donkeys, the language of philosophy rather than the language of astronomy, of meditation rather than illusion. In conclusion, perhaps we cannot grant Inês Pereira and the proverb to be correct, but the truth is that this matters little. As in Machado de Assis' column, the donkey and the horse serves more as an allegorical element that adds in contemplating humanity and society, and less as a lens through which to view the animal as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Some questions, please. Pedro?
Antes do Pedro começar a intervenção, eu não o tinha visto aí, eu vou sumarizar o texto em português. O meu ponto de partida é um provérbio que aparece na farsa de Inês Pereira: mais quero asno que me leve que cavalo que me derrube, e a partir dele, digamos assim, tentar perceber a diferença nos provérbios, por um lado, na cultura literária, por outro lado, entre cavalos e burros. faço referência às fábulas de Esopo e depois termino com a reflexão e a análise de uma crónica publicada por Machado de Assis a propósito da substituição dos burros nos elétricos por, digamos assim, pela eletricidade. Desculpa, Pedro, eu não te tinha visto aí, senão teria começado por fazer, digamos assim, o resumo em português.
Obrigado, Topa. Pois eu também não te tinha visto e pronto, estou muito regozijado por estares aqui connosco. Ok, eu tenho duas questões, quer dizer, não são duas questões, mas vou falar de duas coisas ligadas. A primeira tem a ver com a questão do cavalo ser superior ao burro, não é? Mas no alto do Gil Vicente, não é? O nosso protagonista prefere o burro do que o cavalo, não é?
Sim.
Porque ele prefere tratar com o burro, se calhar é mais fácil, do que com um ser superior que é o cavalo, porque o cavalo vai derrubá-lo. E eu acho que isto é uma perspectiva muito interessante em relação à tal reconhecida superioridade do cavalo. A outra questão, e não sei se nós queremos muito lidar com os mais superiores, se calhar é mais fácil com os outros. A outra questão tem a ver com uma historinha que mete o burro. É a historiadinha do burro, do velho e da criança, que também é muito interessante, não é? Põe afinal, quem é burro no meio daquilo tudo? E pronto, era sobre essas duas coisas que eu queria falar e, fundamentalmente, saudar-te. Muito obrigado pelo teu... Eu gosto muito aliás, é o meu livro de cabeceira, As Aventuras de Gulliver, e esse mundo onde o Gulliver foi parar, em que os cavalos é que mandavam e a inteligência dos cavalos em sumarizarem uma língua tão simples que não cria ambiguidades, é ótimo. É tudo, e mais uma vez,
Okay.
um bom dia.
Obrigado. Eu só posso comentar, eu no fundo não chego a uma explicação completa, quer dizer, a gente verifica efetivamente desde o passado que é esta tendência para valorizar o burro em detrimento do cavalo, mas não tem propriamente uma explicação para ela. O burro foi domesticado antes do cavalo, é tão útil quanto o cavalo, tem este problema, ou este aparente problema de ser um bocadinho menos rápido, ou bastante menos rápido que o cavalo, e ser aparentemente também menos dócil. Isso acabou por se refletir nos provérbios, numa série de frases feitas que nós temos. No nosso senso comum, continuamos a insultar os nossos adversários, muitas vezes chamando burro ou asno, ou pedaço de asno, ou uma coisa do género, e dificilmente chamamos cavalo a alguém, embora possamos falar em cavalgaduras e coisas assim. E é curioso como, no século XIX, Machado de Assis, num texto publicado na imprensa, pouco destacado na época, fez esta reflexão tão desencantada sobre o progresso e, sobretudo, fez a adaptação do texto de Gulliver, passando dos cavalos para os burros e mostrando como nós podemos aprender com os cavalos. No fundo, era essa a ideia que eu queria trazer aqui, partindo de um provérbio que hoje, digamos assim, tem menos expressão em português, não é? Mais quero asno que me leve que cavalo que me derrube, mas que todos nós portugueses, pelo menos, continuamos a aprender nas escolas. O Vicente continua a fazer parte dos programas escolares. Esta farsa de Inês Pereira é um dos textos habitualmente abordados pelos professores de língua portuguesa e dá-nos que pensar, sobretudo neste tempo em que os provérbios sobre animais começam a ser questionados. Eu falei no início desta campanha da PETA contra o tratamento, digamos assim, menos positivo dos animais nos provérbios. talvez já pouca gente se lembre disso, mas aqui em Portugal o PAN, o Partido Ecologista, imediatamente acompanhou esta petição e começou a chamar a atenção para o facto de alguns provérbios nos nossos dias deverem ser, digamos assim, atualizados, designadamente aqueles em que os animais são, digamos assim, colocados em segundo plano ou são objeto, digamos assim, de comparação com os humanos. Um exemplo facilmente compreensível para todos, pelo menos para aqueles que falam português, é a mulher e a sardinha quer-se da mais pequenina. Hoje em dia é uma coisa que não se pode dizer. Por um lado, porque de certa forma se está a menorizar a mulher, não é? Dizendo que a mulher é como a sardinha, dizendo que a mulher é comestível como a sardinha, mas também pelo facto de se falar, digamos assim, de um animal de uma forma menos respeitosa. Isto parece um bocadinho estúpido, mas se calhar daqui a 5 anos ou 10 anos estaremos todos atentos a este tipo de coisas. Esperemos que não chegue a tanto. Obrigado.
Nargisa, please.
Thank you for your just informative speech. And I've got kind of question. I'm interested in, for example, in many languages we have met proverbs including donkeys or horses. And especially in our language, in the Uzbek language, we usually use donkey for the negative characters and horse for the positive characters, which is very energetic, hardworking, etc. But we have also right now I can remember one proverb which speaks about positive with the help of donkey, of course about human being. So I'm interested in just in Portuguese. Is there any proverbs which uses donkey for the positive, or all of them are just negative ones?
Thank you for your question. I cannot remember one in which donkey is positively represented. Alguém que está aqui, lembra-se de algum, faz favor?
Sorry, don't speak in English. E, portanto, os últimos proprietários, que ainda são os atuais, é a família Sommer de Andrade e Sommer de Melo, e havia, peço desculpa, mas é mesmo assim, é um provérbio de lá, é feliz como o burro da cardiga. Porquê?
Happy as the donkey of Cardiga. It's not quite a proverb, but a phrase in the center of Portugal, in a region called entroncamento.
It's a farm, Cardiga, it's a farm.
Cardiga is a farm, ok.
E porquê é que, pronto, não será um provérbio, mas é um dito, é uma expressão. E porquê é que feliz como o burro da cardiga? É que o burro da cardiga, peço desculpa, mas é assim, era o burro de cobrição daquelas burras mais importantes das outras quintas da cardiga.
Ok. I don't know what to say that in English. That donkey, the donkey belonging to this farm, was the one was supposed to have sexual intercourse with all the female donkeys of the region. Then, happy as the donkey of Cardiga has this meaning. I cannot remember any proverb in Portuguese saying good things about donkey. Oh, perhaps this colleague. Ok.
Está vertido na literatura. O Francisco Câncio celebrizou. Obrigado. Está vertido na literatura. Portanto, o Francisco Câncio, nos anos 30, no Ribatejo Histórico e Monumental, escreveu, quer dizer, preservou este dito. Lá toda a gente conhece. E okay. É motivo de risota, como é evidente. Não é?
Of course. Thank you.
Buenos dias. Bom dia.
Another question?
Sim,
No?
Sim.
Ok.
Só para responder à questão, nós em Miranda do Douro temos um ditado que é quando uma pessoa está muito contente, diz estás como um burro num batatal.
Another phrase, you are like a donkey in a field of potatoes. Okay, another phrase. Apparently, there are not proverbs, but at least we have these two phrases. One from entroncamento, the other one from the northeast of Portugal. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Obrigado, Francisco.
Obrigado.
Thank you. Agora temos o nosso amigo Luís. Val, please. Don't forget, when you are trying to make some question, use the micro, because we are registering all the things. Thank you.
Good morning. It's always a pleasure to return to Tavira and participate in this Congress. I will do my presentation in Portuguese, but I have a presentation in English, so you can follow. Venho partilhar convosco, então, uma pequena tradição de uma pequena aldeia em Trás-os-Montes. São os casamentos de Entrudo. Entrudo é o carnaval em Vila Boa. É uma pequena aldeia do concelho de Vinhais. Vinhais pertence ao distrito de Bragança. É um concelho em território muito grande. Tem cerca de 26 freguesias, com 105 aldeias, distribuídos nelas 7.768 habitantes, isto segundo o censo de 2021. Vila Boa... Estou a comandar. Ok. Vila Boa é esta pequena aldeia que está a verde ali no mapa do concelho. Tem apenas 138 habitantes. Ok. António Pinelo Tiza, que se dedica a escrever sobre máscaras e sobre as tradições de inverno de Trás-os-Montes, diz-nos que a origem do entrudo poderá estar nas antigas festas lupercais celebradas na antiga Roma, em meados de fevereiro, em honra do deus Pan, protetor dos pastores e dos rebanhos. Eram permitidos aos festejeiros todos os excessos, no uso e abuso da comida e da bebida, na fuga às normas e comportamentos socialmente instituídos. As anomias eram praticadas e assumidas pelos próprios sacerdotes, constituindo verdadeiros rituais de apelo à fecundidade, no momento mais propício do ciclo da natureza, a entrada na primavera. Era também o momento da purificação e expurgação das pessoas e das comunidades, o que se processava pelos rituais de crítica social institucionalizada e a sua divulgação na praça pública. Apesar da cristianização que todas estas práticas festivas sofreram ao longo dos 2 milénios, podemos entender ser ainda, hoje, esse mesmo sentido a dar aos rituais carnavalescos, que se podem encontrar em algumas localidades do Nordeste transmontano. E então, o entrudo em Vila Boa o entrudo em Vila Boa, como em tantas outras geografias do país e em particular noutras aldeias da região, é festejado de forma peculiar e intensa. Com o fenómeno da imigração, décadas 60 e 70, e com a urbanização do modo de vida da maioria dos indivíduos, ainda que habitantes do mundo rural, os rituais festivos, entre eles o entrudo, sofreram de algum desinteresse, abandono ou mesmo esquecimento. Foi em meados da década de 80, com o fenómeno da folclorização, que o entrudo mereceu nova atenção e nova dinamização. Mais tarde, com as dinâmicas da globalização, essa folclorização ganhou relevância e aquilo que era uma festa para os locais passou a ser uma atividade lúdica ou uma representação dos locais para atrair visitantes, ou seja, públicos globais. O Dia do Entrudo foi e é um dia especial para a comunidade e compreende um conjunto de momentos e experiências variadas. Em Vila Boa, os protagonistas são os máscaras. termo local para designar aquilo que noutros locais se designa caretos. Aquilo que temos hoje em dia podemos entendê-lo como um espetáculo, pois compreende uma programação com artistas convidados, bandas musicais, por exemplo, grupos de gaiteiros e um conjunto de oferta de comes e bebes ao longo do dia para os locais e também para os visitantes. E também com uma divulgação, que era algo que não acontecia no passado, através de cartazes distribuídos pelas aldeias vizinhas, na Vila de Vinhais e na cidade de Bragança. A divulgação nas redes sociais e publicidade em jornais e rádios regionais. Os preparativos do intrudo mexem com todos os rapazes da aldeia. É com ansiedade que tratam de construir o seu personagem, a sua máscara. Os fatos que vestem, feitos de velhas mantas e cobertores de cores garridas, eram confeccionados pelas mães e avós. Agora há quem se dedique à sua confecção e faça disso um negócio. As máscaras eram feitas por cada rapaz, cada um fazia a sua, nas horas de lazer ou enquanto guardavam as vacas ou ovelhas, a cortes de canivete e em madeira de amieiro. Hoje em dia, e talvez nos últimos 20 ou 30 anos, o negócio dos artesãos locais e regionais alimenta essa produção. Os chocalhos eram retirados dos animais durante este dia, para completar cada um dos figurinos. Havia e há uma grande disputa entre os máscaras na contagem dos chocalhos, pois quantos mais transportarem, mais chocalham, mais se fazem sentir e assim impondo mais respeito. Andam com um pau ou uma vara com o qual batem nas pessoas, principalmente nas raparigas mais novas e solteiras. Os personagens deste ritual são os máscaras, portanto, atores principais. Até há 2 ou 3 décadas, só os rapazes, homens, podiam se mascarar. Desde então, qualquer indivíduo pode fazer, ou seja, também com a depressão demográfica desta região e nestas aldeias, também as mulheres passaram a poder mascarar-se, algo que no passado não acontecia. Percorrem a aldeia por todas as ruas e canelhas, sozinhos ou em grupos, assustando e chocalhando, encontros ou pauladas, e sempre à procura das raparigas. A sua identidade não é conhecida e em público não tiram a máscara nem deixam que os outros o façam. Outro dos personagens são as madamas. Qualquer pessoa se pode mascarar e apresentar-se como madama. Usando roupas e trapos velhos, exuberantes e extravagantes, desfilam pela aldeia sem preocupação em ocultar a sua identidade. Normalmente, os homens novos e velhos vestem-se de mulher e as mulheres vestem-se de homens. E, por último, os marafonos. Qualquer pessoa também se pode mascarar e apresentar-se como marafono, usando roupas e trapos velhos, desfilam pela aldeia, ocultando a sua identidade. Transportam sacos com cinza ou, mais recentemente, com farinha, que vão atirando às pessoas por quem passam. Vamos então ao assunto que nos trouxe, que são os casamentos de intrudo. E aqui vou fazer uma pequena descrição entre passado e presente daquilo que acontecia e, em alguns casos, ainda acontece. Sendo que esta tradição já nem sempre se realiza por falta de rapazes e de raparigas solteiras. O rapaz solteiro mais velho, ou pelo menos um que já tenha ido à tropa, preparava no maior sigilo a lista com os nomes dos solteiros, rapazes e raparigas. Nas semanas anteriores ao intrudo, vai emparelhando os casais em casais os nomes dessa lista. Aqui poderia ter a colaboração de uma rapariga da sua confiança. No dia de intrudo e quando a noite cai, é com expectativa que todos, rapazes e raparigas, engolem a ceia, pois estão ansiosos por saber quem lhes calhou como par. No silêncio da noite, os rapazes reúnem-se num lugar elevado e sobranceiro sobre a aldeia, à volta do solteirão que irá proferir os casamentos. Servindo-se de um embude, um funil grande, e tenho ali uma imagem dele, improvisando, vai formando quadras de rimas adequadas a cada um dos elementos de cada casal. O som espalha-se pela aldeia e as raparigas que aguardam em casa vão para as janelas nas expectativas de ouvirem o seu casamento e saber quem será o seu homem. À medida que os casamentos vão sendo apregoados, a algazarra da rapaziada faz-se sentir por urros e gritos. Quando a lista está completa, termina o ritual e está na hora de ir deitar o intrudo fora, à mulher que lhes calhou, e receber dela um abraço. As mães das raparigas capricham em doces e bebidas, como jerupiga e vinho fino, para receberem o noivo e, em família, presenciarem o momento do abraço. Depois do abraço, feitas as honras da dona da casa, os casais vão juntos para o baile, onde se dança até de madrugada. Antigamente o baile acabava sempre antes da meia-noite, porque nesse momento começava a quaresma e então era preciso guardar respeito a esse momento. Este ritual não é exclusivo de Trás-os-Montes, de Vila Boa, acontece noutras aldeias de Trás-os-Montes, por exemplo em Genizio ou em Miranda do Douro. Estes casamentos são um ritual do período de Natal, com nuances no seu desempenho e na sua estrutura, portanto com algumas diferenças. O que é deitar o intrudo fora? Portanto, depois do momento em que o homem do embude profere e atribui a cada rapaz uma rapariga, todos os rapazes, sozinhos ou em pequenos grupos, dirigem-se para as casas de cada uma das mulheres. Esse é o momento de deitar o intrudo fora, isto é, chegar à porta da sua mulher e assinalar a sua chegada com o rebentamento de bombas de carnaval. Só depois desse momento pirotécnico é que alguém dessa casa vem abrir a porta e dar as boas-vindas ao rapaz. Ao longo do tempo, esta manifestação foi-se alterando, porque no tempo dos nossos avós, os rapazes, consoante as suas possibilidades e o agrado ou não com a mulher atribuída, atiravam 1, 2 ou mais tiros de caçadeira para o ar. Depois vieram as bombas de carnaval, hoje proibidas, mas que ainda vão aparecendo, com que os rapazes, consoante o agrado com a mulher atribuída, estouram com uma roda de bombas. Este momento de deitar o intrudo fora também releva outra curiosidade. Nestas pequenas aldeias, como se calhar em todo o lado, há brigas entre famílias, entre casas, há disputas, mas neste dia, mesmo que os membros destes casais que são criados estejam de costas viradas, eles recebem o rapaz sem qualquer problema e faz-se como um intervalo nessa disputa e nessa briga. Portanto, não há zangas com ninguém neste dia. As portas estão normalmente só encostadas e em Trás-os-Montes, e quem conhece sabe que pergunta-se sempre, primeiro manda-se entrar e depois é que se pergunta quem é e, portanto, entra quem quiser. Pronto, mas o primeiro momento, e daqui também a consideração inicial de que estamos a falar de uma festa sagrada ou profana, é que o primeiro momento deste ritual acontecia na festa da Candelária, ou a Senhora das Candeias, que se celebra, ou celebra, no dia 2 de fevereiro de cada ano. Hoje em dia já não acontece, já não se celebra, nem existe este ritual, e já não há ninguém vivo lá na aldeia que se lembre disto acontecer. No dia 2 de fevereiro era tradição celebrar a festa litúrgica da Candelária, ou da Senhora das Candeias. Em Vila Boa, esta festa tinha laivos sacro-profanos. Era o momento em que as jovens se apresentavam à comunidade, numa espécie de ritual de passagem da meninice para a idade de jovens adultas, passando a estar disponíveis para casar. E aqui casar na realidade mesmo, para ficarem noivas. Durante a missa e depois do ofertório, as jovens irrompiam a igreja acima, vestidas de branco e com uma vela acesa na mão, que entregavam ao sacerdote, como significado da sua fé e virgindade. Durante este desfile, lento e cadenciado, cada uma delas cantava uma estrofe. E aqui estão alguns exemplos daquilo que elas iam cantando enquanto subiam à igreja. No final da cerimónia, recebiam a bênção do sacerdote ou do reitor, e depois, no intrudo, que vinha logo a seguir, estas jovens já poderiam, então, fazer parte da lista e ser casadas. As estrofes em rima nos casamentos de intrudo portanto, como já vimos na descrição do ritual. Depois de reunir a rapaziada no lugar habitual, lugar sobranceiro à aldeia, e quando em silêncio absoluto, o homem do embudo dá início ao ritual, apregoando. E então tinham estas duas formas de anunciar os casamentos. Uma diz que palhas alhas leva-os o vento, vamos fazer os casamentos. Quem não os quiser aceitar, venha cá para os descasar. Ou então, palhas alhas leva-os o vento, vamos fazer os casamentos. Quem não os aceitar, vai à feira a Vinhais a trocar. A cada estrofe dita pelo homem do embude, a rapaziada reagia e reage sempre com uma grande algazarra de vivas, berros e assobios. É então, depois desta introdução, que o homem do embude inicia os ditos casamentos, dizendo de improviso quadras para cada um dos pares, como, por exemplo, o Toninho da Canelha gosta de pregar o estuque, havemos de casar com a Zaida do Duque. This is, in Portuguese, this rhyme. In English, not so not, don't rhyme, but in Portuguese it is a rhyme. Vamos casar o Telmo, que anda sempre de cuecas. Com quem o vamos casar? Com a Sandra dos Ecas. O Fernando das Portas é um bom filhote, com quem o havemos de casar? Com a Nera do Lisote. Vamos casar o Diniz, que não bebe vinho branco, com quem o vamos casar? Com a Zélia do Canto. A cada uma destas estrofes, a rapaziada, uma vez mais, solta berros e assobios e vivas a cada um dos casamentos anunciados. Em termos de estrutura destas estrofes e destas rimas, e trago aqui o meu próprio caso, vamos casar o Luís, que não gosta de areia, com quem o vamos casar? Com a menina Andreia. Andreia is my wife. No primeiro verso temos sempre, então, o nome do rapaz. No segundo verso temos uma característica, uma pertença, um atributo, e é preciso dizer que normalmente procura-se sempre algum sarcasmo, algum gozo com estes versos. Depois, no terceiro verso, temos uma questão ou uma afirmação sobre aquilo que vai acontecer, o seu par. E, por último, então, o nome da rapariga e, por vezes, algum atributo ou alguma pertença. Quando falo de pertença é ao lugar, a um determinado lugar, a uma determinada família, ao pai ou qualquer coisa do género. Trago aqui ainda algumas referências bibliográficas e na imagem tem, então... Não. Ainda não passei, desculpa. Algumas referências bibliográficas e quem vai a Vila Boa nestes dias é bom não levar roupa nova nem roupa boa porque acabamos todos neste estado sujos de farinha ou de cinzas. Agora, to finish my presentation, I want to share with you a video with what happened in this day in Vila Boa. In the last seconds of this video, you can hear one marriage, okay? If you pay attention, you can hear that. O som. O som, não conseguem pôr som?
Careto está borracho, desligue da corrente. Careto está borracho, desligue da corrente. Mandou tocar a gaita delante de toda a gente. Mandou tocar a gaita delante de toda a gente.
Okay, thank you.
Obrigado, Luís. Some questions?
Obrigado. Vou falar português porque esqueci completamente o meu inglês. Peço desculpa aos não portugueses, aos falantes de outras línguas. Mas para dizer que gostei imenso, o Luís referiu que o intrudo terá tido origem nas festas lupercales, romanas, mas também podia ter sido nas saturnais, assim como poderia ter sido também na festa nas festas de inversão social na Babilónia, ou até no Purim judaico. As chocalhadas existem também noutras regiões de Portugal. A vantagem de Trás-os-Montes é que soube tirar partido das suas tradições. Eu aqui tenho que tirar o chapéu aos transmontanos, porque estas tradições são, digamos, universais entre aspas. Elas percorrem praticamente toda a Europa do Sul, Europa mediterrânica. E as chocalhadas existiam, há documentação da existência das chocalhadas na Alemanha, na Bélgica, na Hungria, na Bulgária, na Roménia, outros países, também na Beira Alta e outras regiões do país. Mas não faz mal, não há problema nenhum. O intrudo, como dizia Júlio Baroja, é uma festa que o povo se dá a si próprio. Talvez seja a única festa de origem verdadeiramente popular, porque se trata aqui de uma inversão de papéis, de uma inversão de costumes, não é verdade? Que não encaixa, digamos assim, com as normas sociais. É uma inversão. E o Júlio Baroja também diz que o intrudo, tal como o conhecemos hoje, deve-se à Igreja Católica, a todas as proibições de comer a carne, etc., no tempo da Quaresma. Porque senão não existiria o intrudo como o conhecemos hoje. Mas isso são outras questões. Referiu aí alguns provérbios sobre o intrudo, eu gostei de ouvir. Esses casamentos também são típicos de outras regiões do país, mas lá está, Trás-os-Montes sabe tirar partido, e agora, atualmente, sabe tirar partido turístico deste fenómeno cultural. E eu acho muito bem. No intrudo vale tudo, não é? E termino com não sei se lhe é de chamar provérbio, se não, mas na minha terra, na Guarda, diz-se: os casamentos do Carnaval não chegam ao Natal. Muito obrigado.
Da sua intervenção, que eu agradeço, vários comentários me apraz realizar. Mas vou-me referir àquilo que eu penso que é mais importante referir, porque se calhar de alguma forma também falhei isso na minha apresentação. A relevância que esta festa, ou que este dia tinha para a comunidade, não tem nada a ver com aquilo que acontece hoje em dia. E aquilo que referiu sobre a inteligência dos transmontanos de saberem transformarem numa mais-valia estas tradições, eu acho que, e sendo eu um crítico da turistificação que o país e também Trás-os-Montes têm sofrido, é um autêntico espetáculo para pessoas de fora verem. A sua relevância, a sua importância social local já desapareceu. Ou seja, já não faz qualquer sentido haver esta festa para a comunidade. A comunidade continua a realizá-la enquanto espetáculo para servir a forasteiros. E depois forasteiros que são especialistas ou simplesmente turistas destas matérias. Em muitas destas aldeias onde existem grupos de caretos, os grupos de caretos já são associações com existência legal. E vejam o caso de Pudense, que conseguiu patrimonializar na Unesco o seu intrudo chocalheiro. Agora, o tempo de exceção que é o Carnaval, ou era, principalmente era, é melhor falar no passado, de facto, se calhar não é por acaso que está ali naquele momento, imediatamente antes do início da Quaresma, um momento em que, habitualmente, não se cometia qualquer tipo de excesso, nem de consumos, nem de comportamentos. E, portanto, é aquele último momento em que há a total liberdade para deitar tudo cá para fora, porque depois a seguir vamos ter que ter mais calma. E isso acontecia mesmo. As pessoas obedeciam a esses critérios e a esse calendário. Hoje em dia já não é bem assim e, portanto, como é lógico. Agora, em relação aos casamentos, eles existem noutras aldeias, noutros concelhos e noutras regiões até. Eu conheço mais alguns. Ainda no outro dia estava a escrever o prefácio de um livro sobre Genísio e apareceu-me lá a questão dos casamentos em Genísio, que eu não conhecia essa, portanto, mas na época de Natal. Os casamentos também é algo que está em desaparecimento e mais tarde ou mais cedo vai deixar de existir, porque de facto não haverá gente capaz de poder ir dar o abraço à mulher.
Irina.
Irina. Okay.
I would like just to add to your presentation. Thank you for this nice presentation, that this pagan tradition also exists in Hungary. It's very popular in the city of Mohács. I can send you videos, you will see practically the same or very similar procedures and festivities. I think that nowadays it has lost its pagan content. It's like a touristic attraction.
Yes.
plate for the tourists who visit that city in that certain period just before the Great Lent, as you mentioned. In Hungary, it's very popular.
Yes, the same in Portugal. It's all about tourism. It's all about tourism.
Obrigado. Obrigado, Luís. Obrigado pelas intervenções. Thank you very much.
É o canelho ou canelha.
Ok, eu não conhecia a palavra e registrei aqui. Pelo contexto percebi que era uma rua pequenina, não é?
Sim,
Pronto.
há no masculino e no feminino. Canelha ou canelho. Lá utiliza-se a canelha, mais do que o canelho.
Okay.
Mas noutras aldeias, noutras regiões transmontanas, é mais o canelho.
Ok, muito obrigado.
Okay.
Obrigado. Thank you all. Please, Fionnuala and Luís Francisco, please come here to receive your certificates. Fionnuala, thank you very much. Francisco, and for you. And now the picture. Thank you. Now it's time for the break, but before I have 2 or 3 things to tell you. First of all, to tell that really I'm very happy that this year we tried just put, as you have seen in your booklet, something about Fionnuala. He is one of the oldest persons inside our association, contributing every year and also to be present here in Tavira. So we decided, and we thank you, Wolfgang, for the description about the professional life of Fionnuala. Thank you, Fionnuala, also. Now, I have some greetings from persons that unfortunately cannot be present here in Tavira. You know, most of you know about some colleagues, some members of our association that every year, or presque every year, have been present here in Tavira. Unfortunately now, by questions of health, they cannot be present, but the most important is to say that really they didn't forget just our association as well our meeting. So please receive the greetings from František Čermák and Maria Beatriz. Of course that most of you know František, maybe also Maria Beatriz Rocha Trindade, but it was very interesting that I received from František Čermák 2 small points, but very important. The first was that he didn't forget our meeting. And secondly, he didn't forget just the birth date of František Čermák. So, congratulations. And now some practical things. As most of you know, usually we have one day, Wednesday and Friday, dinner is here and it's okay for all of you. Usually we have one extra dinner among us for those persons that want to participate. So please, during this day, you go and search for Inês, that lady there. Most of you knows the person. Just to put your name on the list for tomorrow dinner at Cabanas as usually, and the price is 18 euros for the dinner for tomorrow. But we need just to inform the restaurant about the number of persons participating in the dinner. And for Wednesday, even here in the hotel, just we need also that you can register your name to know how many persons will participate in dinner also here in the hotel. So please, during the break or during the day, address to Inés to put your name to know how many persons will be there. Okay? Thank you very much. Take your break.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro. Llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas. Destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso. Entre la arena y el agua. Con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar. En la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. guiar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Please take your seats. We are going to continue our meeting this morning. And as a first speaker, I invite Alcides Medeiros, who is going to speak about a special language in Portugal. This year we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Portuguese Revolution, and according to the abstract I'm reading in our book, the revolution saved these people and saved the language for today. Alcides, the floor is yours.
I'm going to stay here. Deus vos dê bons dias a todo mundo. Para mim é uma grande honra poder falar na língua mirandesa e dizer alguns ditos desideiros ou provérbios que, no fundo, são o saber de antanho, o saber que viene de atrás. Vós desculpareis-me por eu fazer a minha apresentação em língua mirandesa, mas, segundo dizem os entendidos, a língua mirandesa será das línguas novolatinas mais compreendidas no mundo. Porque se eu falar devagarico, dizem, todo mundo de fala portuguesa nos compreende. E todo mundo de fala castelhana também nos compreende. Somando essas duas realidades, estamos a falar em arrimado a 800 milhões de pessoas. Mas, como nós somos trilingues, os mirandeses, em regra, são trilingues, falaremos em português. Eu sou Alcides, eu faço parte da Associação de Língua e Cultura Mirandesa e para nós é uma grande honra, uma proa, uma vaidade. Proa é uma palavra mirandesa muito cara para os mirandeses, que é um misto entre orgulho e vaidade. Estar aqui e poder promover também os nossos provérbios, os nossos ditos desideiros. E falar em ditos desideiros ou falar em provérbios é abordar uma certa forma de dizer o mundo. E eu escrevi aquilo em mirandês, mas eu vou ler em português. É uma certa forma de dizer o mundo e um modo como o povo e as pessoas se manifestam. O povo foi capaz de trazer uma língua durante mais de 8 séculos. É uma língua que se manteve quase sem alterações desde o século XII. O mirandês vem do século XII. E como é uma homenagem, de certo modo, a Amadeu Ferreira, algumas pessoas conheceram e tiveram o prazer de o conhecer, eu vou ler só aqui um ligeiro parágrafo, um pequeno parágrafo, sobre o que ele fala do mirandês. Há 1000 anos, dizem, já se falava mirandês. Talvez fosse um pouco diferente, mas era mirandês. Uma língua que teimou em permanecer numa pequena ilha, cercada pelo mar, que é o português e o castelhano, deve levar-nos a pensar. Se morrer, com ela morrerão de novo todas as pessoas que nestes mais de 1000 anos a falaram. Então, ficamos com um enorme problema. Nem em toda a terra de Miranda há espaço para enterrar tanta gente. Por isso, como almas penadas, ficaremos condenados a chocar constantemente com os esqueletos da língua que morreu. Uma palavra aqui, uma letra além, um dito mais adiante. E quando, durante o inverno, o fumo das chaminés se for espalhando, com o vento, por fontes, por outeiros e por vales, os esqueletos da língua virão a aquecer-se na boca de algum velho sentado à lareira com os netos nos joelhos. Porém, de tão enregeladas, as letras, as palavras, não conseguirão juntar-se para formar contos ou cantigas. Este é o estado da língua mirandesa. E é por isso que nós lutamos. Nós, Associação de Língua e Cultura Mirandesa, lutamos por isso. E é por isso também que nós aqui estamos. E gostamos de vos ver e de falar com vocês. Nós, na Associação, fazemos algumas coisas. Temos, a nível de promoção da língua, artigos em jornais semanários. Temos um podcast, Terreiro de la Língua 25, todo falado em mirandês. Mas mirandês vem de uma região. Onde fica Miranda? Miranda fica no extremo nordeste do território nacional. É onde primeiro nasce o sol em Portugal. Nasce cerca de 7 minutos mais cedo que em Lisboa. Ainda é um tempo. Ainda é um tempo. E quais são as origens do mirandês? Nós temos aqui mais um mapa, em que podemos ver como uma variante dos... Eu não sei se tem aqui... Não. Demarcado a linhas laranja, temos um território que vai de Miranda ao Cantábrico. Essa é a zona de influência celta na Península Ibérica. E Miranda do Douro fica cá embaixo. O mirandês fica cá embaixo. É um território celta celta-zuela, que é delimitado a leste pelo Douro e pelo Rio Esla, a ocidente pelas bacias hidrográficas do Maçãs e do Angueira, e do Maçãs e do Sabor, assim como da Serra de Nogueira e de Bornes. Por isso, o Praino, ou que nós já chamamos o Praino, o Planalto Mirandês, é um contínuo que vai da terra de Miranda até à Serra de Guadarrama, porque fica na meseta ibérica norte. Ao ficar na meseta ibérica norte, nós dizemos assim: quem vai a Miranda vai sempre de baixo. Porque quando nós estamos num planalto, quem se aproxima desse planalto vai sempre de baixo, independentemente do lado que ele aporte. E como dizia o poeta asturiano, dizia que entre Miranda e Luarca, no Cantábrico, há uma pissarra imensa, um xisto imenso, que faz com que as pessoas sonhem de maneira diferente. Se sonhamos de maneira diferente ou não, não sei. Cabe-vos a vós descobrir. E a língua mirandesa será um pouco o verde. É uma herdeira da língua leonesa. Quando Portugal nasce com duas línguas. Quando Portugal se torna independente, dizem os entendidos que quem faz a aproximação, ou melhor, a partilha, é a Igreja, não é a nobreza, é a Igreja. E a Diocese de Braga fica para Portugal. Astorga e Santiago de Compostela ficam para Leão. O que é que sucede? A Diocese de Braga vai até Miranda do Douro. E naquele canto de Portugal falava-se o leonês. Então, o Dom Afonso Henriques falava leonês. Já pensaram? Porquê? A dedução é simples. Dom Afonso Henriques, filho da Dona Teresa, passava os tempos com a corte em Leão ou em Samora. E depois é que casa com o infante Dom Henrique e vem para Guimarães. Agora, uma coisa é certa. Não há nenhum filho que não fala a língua das mães. Logo, o Dom Afonso Henriques tinha que falar leonês. Leonês é mirandês. Nós temos provas disso com documentos do século XII. Por outro lado, ao nascer com duas línguas, a língua mirandesa passa a ser esquecida. Esquece no tempo. Em 1545, com o foral da cidade de Miranda, o bispo, o cabido e a tropa... Nós não nos podemos esquecer que Miranda do Douro era a praça forte mais potente, se é, posso usar o termo, mais forte de todo o Trás-os-Montes. Era Miranda do Douro e tinha poder na altura. Com o foral de Dom João III, que é dado à cidade, vai o bispo, vai o cabido e vão os militares. Dentro da cidade é proibido falar mirandês. Então, a língua mirandesa vai para fora da cidade e fica nas aldeias. Fica nas aldeias. Ao ficar nas aldeias, passa a ser conotada como a língua dos pobres. Exemplo disso é, em 1609, Severino de Faria, o deão da Sé de Évora, quando vai a Miranda, faz a viagem, e nos seus relatos de viagem, quando passa a Freixo de Espada à Cinta, escreve: Freixo fica no fim do mundo. Não sei se conhecem Freixo de Espada à Cinta. Fica no fim do mundo. Miranda fica no último fim do mundo. Eu não sei se alguém já viu o último fim do mundo. Mas deve ser muito longe, muito longe. O que acontece? A Igreja proíbe a língua mirandesa. E uma língua que não serve para falar com Deus até pode ser conotada como uma língua do diabo. Por outro lado, quando as pessoas vão ao Miranda, têm que falar o grave, o mirandês. Logo, a língua mirandesa passa a ser conotada como a língua dos pobres, a língua que vem, mas não deixa de ser uma língua do amor e uma língua do trabalho. E é uma forma de dizer o mundo. Nós sabemos dizer o mundo em língua mirandesa. Imaginem vocês, sejam ingleses, alemães, estónios, lituanos, não interessa. De um momento para o outro dizem assim: não falas mais a tua língua. Como é que conseguem dizer o mundo? Então, se por um lado os padres ou os curas, nós chamamos de os curas, proíbem a língua mirandesa nas igrejas, são eles que depois, que são os detentores da escrita, que vão trazer a língua mirandesa novamente. Nós temos Bernardo Fernandes Monteiro, são nomes, são marcos. Manuel Joaquim Sardinha, da geração de 70, amigo íntimo de Antero de Quental. E José Leite de Vasconcelos, quando em 1882 ele escreve: não, ali há outra língua. Porque o Severino de Faria também disse: aquilo é uma gente tão burra, tão burra, tão burra, que nem falar sabe. Deve ser uma língua do tempo dos celtas. O que é que significa? Que a origem da língua se tinha perdido no tempo. E esse estigma veio com os mirandeses até finais do século XX. Nós tínhamos esse estigma. Mas no século XX são os mesmos padres que depois trazem a língua de novo. O primeiro deles, António Maria Mourinho. Há que lhe tirar o chapéu. E diz o António Maria Mourinho que não apunta ao alto nem no meio acerta. Primeiro desiderio que vos deixo. Quem não aponta ao alto nem no meio acerta. Por outro lado, depois temos, ainda no século XX, Amadeu Ferreira. António Maria Mourinho tem um livro de ditos desideiros. Escreveu. Amadeu Ferreira tem outro. Está aqui. Nós temos uma obra fantástica que ali o professor Rui pode trabalhar com ele e com a editora Âncora. Nós devemos-lhe um grande favor sobre isso. São eles que trazem a língua. E depois há a Lei 7 de 99, o reconhecimento da lei. Mas neste momento nós lutamos com todas as forças para que o governo português, seja ele qual for, execute a estrutura de missão destinada a promover e a salvaguardar a língua mirandesa. Porque a pergunta é esta. Se gastaram 80 milhões de euros na preservação do lince, e bem, quanto não vale uma língua? A pergunta é esta. Quanto vale a língua mirandesa? Eu já fiz essa pergunta a economistas, nenhum deles me soube explicar. Agora que vale croas, vale. Por outro lado, eu escrevi a minha apresentação em mirandês, mas como a língua para falar aqui será a língua portuguesa, eu nasci bilingue, eu posso dizer que eu nasci bilingue. Mas Miranda do Douro, estamos a falar em Miranda do Douro, não nos podemos esquecer, é testemunha dos 3 tratados mais importantes que Portugal já assinou. Samora, ou Zamora, em 1143. 4 e 5 de outubro de 1143. O tratado, segundo dizem, estará escrito em latim, porque quem dominava a escrita eram os frades, ou os frailes. Mas de certeza absoluta que foi negociado em mirandês. Não há outra hipótese, porque a língua do rei, a língua da corte, era o leonês. O leonês de então é o mirandês de hoje. E porque tudo tem um tempo e é fruto do tempo, nunca esqueceremos que Samora não se fez numa hora. Nós não dizemos Zamora, nós dizemos Samora. Temos o Tratado de Samora, temos Alcanices, em 1297, que é a delimitação das fronteiras mais antigas da Europa, talvez do mundo, 1297, e temos Tordesilhas, em 1494. O que fica mais longe é Tordesilhas, fica a 100 km de Miranda. E trago-vos o primeiro, o terceiro, mas pode ser, eu considero o primeiro, dito desideiro. O que eu trouxe ali é a capa de honras mirandesa. A capa de honras mirandesa era usada pelos pastores e pelos boieiros da terra de Miranda e das terras de Aliste, em Espanha. Não nos podemos esquecer que Aliste, na parte espanhola, e Miranda, na parte portuguesa, terão sido a mesma tribo celta Zuela. Logo, o substrato está lá todo até por uma questão de toponímica. Nós temos a toponímia recolhida. Dizem que tem origem no mosteiro de Cister de Moreruela e São Martim de Castanheda, já na Sanábria. Terá origens na Capa das Perges, ali, e é a origem da capa de honras mirandesa. E diz-se assim. Eu presumo que não haverá este ditado em qualquer... Ou este ditado, sim. Este dito em qualquer sítio. Uma mãe, uma casa e uma capa, muito tapa. Isto é o saber que vem de trás. E é um saber que nós temos todo o gosto em manter e em espalhar. Depois temos os provérbios relacionados com o calendário. En março é igual a la noite ao dia, el pão com o seu garço. Em março, equipara-se a noite ao dia e o trigo ao... eu não sei a tradução do arbusto. Chaguarço. Uma torga. É uma torga. É um arbusto pequenino. É uma torga. Ou seja, será desta altura, sensivelmente, no final de março. E, por outro lado, diz Pulsam Brás, la cigunha Brás. O São Brás é dia 3 de fevereiro. E depois temos o tempo, personalidades e animais. Canhona, marrom, ganado. Ovelha, marrom, carneiro e rebanho. Já agora faço-vos uma pergunta aos portugueses. Sabem como é que se diz quando uma ovelha está consigo? Perdão? Maronda. Barronda, na guarda. Maronda, porque é del marrom. La ovelha queda maronda, la cabra bechonda, la vaca toronda e la burra desonesta. Burriça. Del burrão. Del burrão. E o rebanho, em junho, é tosquiado. La esquila. La esquila buna comala, aos 8 dias é iguala. A tosquia, ou boa ou má, aos 8 dias fica na mesma. E a propósito de animais, diz assim, cabra enxambrado, pior que anobrado. Uma cabra num pasto semeado é pior que uma nuvem. Leva tudo a feito. E depois temos vozes do povo. Nem tudo a comer, nem tudo a saber. Acho que não precisa explicação, pois não? Não. E eu sei que vai haver perguntas, eu vou-vos deixar aqui umas folhinhas. É um poema do Amadeu Ferreira, que eu vou dizê-lo em mirandês. E... Obrigado. E vocês, se puderem, acompanhem em português. Como nós não nascemos nem temos o conhecimento por geração espontânea, o Amadeu Ferreira, Francisco Nebro, fez o favor de nos deleitar, de nos deixar com este poema maravilhoso. Busco os meus mortos alta noite e vou solo ruga abaixo. Os olhos atirados aos poiais zenudos, las manos em pergunta aberta às janelas cerradas, atamando o queimor das aranheiras entre tranqueiro e quiçoeira. Benam-me rostros com sorriso cansada. Angúrias nascidas de ronchas de sudor que ascou, bósio de las calejas e pracicas, corrais calhados. E eu, nino, mais abaixo, a jogar a latina. Estão vivos os meus mortos, que nunca os deixarei morrer enquanto viva. Ai quem se impressione de eu chamar aos meus mortos, mas eles têm nome. Estão vivos e são todo o que sou. Sem eles, adonde o futuro me havia de botar raiz? Quem me iba a fazer companhia nestes anos todos que há tempo me levou? Dá-me a mano quando tenho que baixar ao poço de onde chovi. Som pátria adonde supla mi casa, fonte adonde minhas sedes mais fondas bebam. Às vezes, passo-os em revista a como se for um exército formado na parada, mas mais me gusta sentar-me com eles à sombra del Puyal. Mirar para eles e avivar as linhas lidas do tempo, anclareá-la a voz, arredondá-la a risa, carregá-lo o olor do sudor, pois nenhum deles usava desodorizante. Bem caminhos cande, montanhas adonde chuva, línguas que da prenda, e é sempre a eles que tornam para arcar, para falar a língua que me diz inteiro, para sentir que há mundo paralhado ao sangue e da mentira, e que ele pão de um dom da terra, do saber e do trabalho. Deus vos lo paga a todos. Como diz o nosso dito desideiro, amigos e compadres, buscá-los entre iguais. Bem-avendos. Obrigado. Perguntas?
Thank you very much for this very interesting and emotional presentation. My first comment that you are very lucky with your Miranda's language, because if somebody starts speaking in Hungarian, there are no persons to understand it, to be able to understand it. And you mentioned that there are other nations which can understand Miranda's language. Isn't it? Then, if somebody has questions, Marinela?
Eu não vou fazer nenhuma pergunta, apenas um comentário. Agradecemos porque pela primeira vez temos entre nós, depois de alguns anos e de algum esforço da nossa parte, trazer aqui a língua oficial portuguesa para além do português de Portugal, a língua mirandesa. Muito obrigada por isso. E, além disso, também dar uma informação de que há alguns anos atrás, uma nossa investigadora já falecida, Elizabeth Pirainen, tinha um projeto sobre as línguas e línguas novas, digamos assim, ou pouco conhecidas, enfim, da Europa, e nós demos algumas informações, nós pessoalmente, eu e o Rui, demos alguma informação há uns anos atrás na Finlândia sobre a língua mirandesa. Posso dizer que em 2009, num congresso na Finlândia, nós transmitimos essa informação porque a maior parte das pessoas, também portuguesas que lá estavam, desconheciam que era uma língua oficial também de Portugal. Muito obrigada por isso e deixo aqui também esta, enfim, vale o que vale. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado.
To make a summary of the presentation Marinela thanked Alcides for this presentation, and she said that in 2009 in Finland they made a presentation about this language, the special linguistic group, and so it's 2009. I told us already it was spread already in Finland.
It has been told that Euskerian, as we call it, Basque language, is connected with Finnish language, but it was in the nationalistic time in the 19th century. After that, we haven't. It was also that Finland comes from the word wineland, so Finland was a little bit thinking about that we own everything, but it is past time now.
Luís.
Obrigado, Alcides, pela magnífica comunicação, rica e emocional. Já estivemos ali fora a falar um bocadinho sobre a questão da língua mirandesa e daquilo que referiste relativamente à preocupação com aquilo que é uma parte importante do processo na preservação da língua mirandesa, será o esforço do Estado, o esforço desse tal governo que ainda está por cumprir. De qualquer forma, olhando para o outro lado, ou se calhar, e quanto a mim, a parte mais importante de todo esse processo é no terreno, no território, e são as pessoas. E por isso te dizia há pouco que estou bastante apreensivo quanto ao futuro da língua mirandesa, precisamente nem tanto por causa da questão legal ou burocrática, administrativa, política, mas principalmente por causa da demografia de Miranda do Douro. Eu penso que esse esforço terá que ser feito fora da região de Miranda, essencialmente, porque se nos limitarmos a esse território, talvez, mesmo havendo esse esforço por parte do Estado português, não seja suficiente para garantir a sobrevivência a médio e longo prazo da língua mirandesa. É a minha percepção do processo, do problema. Ando por lá perto e tenho algum conhecimento do território, portanto, lamento que isto esteja a acontecer, mas...
Posso?
Não, sim, claro. Força.
É assim, nós não nos podemos esquecer que a língua mirandesa é lecionada nas escolas do Concelho de Miranda do Douro. É lecionada nestes moldes. Ou seja, é uma disciplina de opção, mas 80% dos alunos inscrevem-se voluntariamente na disciplina de língua e cultura mirandesa. 80%. Nós temos que nos focar nesses 80%, não nos temos que nos focar nos outros. Porquê? O que nós pensamos e a nossa luta, digamos assim, neste momento são 3. Uma luta são 3. Portanto, como é que eu vou dizer? São poucas mãos para tantas lutas. A criação de um quadro de professores de mirandês, que não há. Há 2 professores de mirandês e fazem um trabalho fantástico. A assinatura, a ratificação da Carta Europeia das Línguas Regionais e Minoritárias, que ainda não está ratificada e foi assinada em 2001 e não está ratificada aqui em Portugal. Não está ratificada. Tem que ir à ratificação à Assembleia, como qualquer tratado internacional, tem que ser ratificado. E, por outro lado, a criação da unidade, da estrutura de missão que foi aprovada pelo Grupo de Trabalho da Língua Mirandesa, criado em fevereiro deste ano, e terminou em finais de setembro deste ano, e disseram: há que criar uma estrutura de missão para a promoção e manutenção da língua mirandesa. A pergunta é, e como eu dizia há bocadinho, e bem, já foram gastos cerca de 80 milhões de euros para a preservação do lince. E há coisas, por exemplo, vamos a outro caso. Vamos, por hipótese, partir da hipótese que o castelo de Guimarães se desmoronou. É uma tragédia cultural. Não é nada. Não é. Volta-se a reconstruir. E se uma língua morre, como é que se reconstrói? A questão é esta. E eu ponho o dedo na ferida e vão-me desculpar se houver aqui académicos. As universidades portuguesas, mormente, as universidades e os departamentos de línguas das universidades portuguesas veem e sabem que a língua mirandesa, que é um património português, é um património europeu, é um património mundial, está em risco, faz 0. Vão a Miranda fazer recolhas, fazer os trabalhos académicos como dizia diz um amigo nosso que é linguista. Mas a mim como é que me interessa a vaca-loura morta? Não, eu quero a vaca-loura viva, porque eu quero estudar, quero saber o que é que ela come, o que é que ela faz, o que é que é... Diz ele, a mim não me interessa a vaca-loura morta, porque eu posso estudar a vaca-loura morta dissecando-a. Mas a partir daí deixou de haver vaca-loura. Vaca-loura, quem diz o gafanhoto. Pronto. É um pouco isso. Então, se nós conseguirmos fazer um lobbying, nós todos, sem ninguém que se exclua, de forma a que a língua mirandesa passe por um sistema, por algo idêntico àquilo que fez o basco. Há uma geração de basco que falou basco. A outra não falou, mas a terceira na escola já falou. E já passei o tempo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Asidesh. Now I give the floor to the following participants of our colloquium. That's me. Melita Alex Varga, Draženka Molnar, they will speak about an evergreen topic, teaching proverbs and using the proverbs in teaching. The floor is yours.
My name is Melita Aleksavaga, and you might know my name from all the Proverbium emails I have been sending to you. But actually, we both teach on the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences in Osijek, and our day job is teaching future teachers. I myself speak English, German, Hungarian. My colleague also speaks these languages. So actually, we also both have children aged 9, 10, 13 and 14. And we also authored, I would say the first and the best book in Croatia about how to teach English and German language to young learners. Young learners meaning children aged 6 to 10. That's why our topic today is how to teach proverbs to young learners and how can we enhance language and cultural understanding through proverbs. Since proverbs can be considered as cultural and linguistic tools, we are going to present what we have found in the literature so far and what are proposed methods of how to teach proverbs to children aged 6 and 10. Can we teach proverbs to them? In which way and how? Proverbs actually encapsulate cultural wisdom and societal values within concise and the memorable phrases, and they are community phrasemes expressing attitudes or feelings through the propositional content and to affect the interlocutors. Actually, studies show that the study of proverbs can help learners gain insights into how native speakers conceptualize experiences and events in the native language, and by doing so, we would enable the foreign language learners to be able to be fluent and natural in the language production. So therefore, proverbs can foster lexical competence. They can support learners in vocabulary building and metaphorical use of language and understanding. If we consider proverbs as linguistic tools, we can see that proverbs actually provide a window into the values and the beliefs of different cultures, fostering also cultural awareness and empathy among young learners, and they can conceptualize their experiences, and they can also support the vocabulary building and the metaphorical language. I did a study in 2011 where we examined Croatian textbooks for the Croatian as a native language, and we found, from grades 1 to 4, for children aged 7 to 10, and we found altogether 10 proverbs in those textbooks. So actually, in the course of the study, we also did a glance and took a look at the foreign language course books, German and English, and we found almost 0 proverbs. Yeah? Therefore, we thought that proverbs should be included into the curricula of foreign languages. Proverbs, it is also a quote by Velasquez, who said that despite their frequency and importance in language, phraseological units, especially proverbs, are often excluded from language syllabi, which can hinder the development of learners' lexical competences, and they are also valuable for enhancing illocutionary, sociolinguistic, cultural, and pragmatic competencies in young learners. What role do proverbs play in the linguistic development of a child? when a child is learning a language. Why should we teach Proverbs to them? Apart from, of the cultural competence. In the Croatian syllabi for the languages, in the official national curriculum, which was published in 2019, the language learning has been divided into 3 domains. The first is the communicative competence. The second domain is this intercultural competence, which can be fostered, which should be fostered. And the third domain is learning how to learn. So Proverbs can play a significant role in the language learning, and they can serve as tools for vocabulary enhancement, comprehension, and idiomatic language use. We can also use Proverbs as semantic images, and the children can compare these images. Therefore, they can develop their speaking skills and the figurative analogues. Also, societal norms and the historical context which is displayed in Proverbs. But more important, Proverbs can serve as a device in the second domain, which is intercultural competence, by giving cultural insights and empathy. In this cross-cultural appreciation, in creating more meaningful interactions, and the applications of the meanings in real-world context. Therefore, through Proverbs, we can also, through this domain, we can also improve the learner's grammatical competence, vocabulary knowledge, pronunciation, and the creative use of language, as well as the textual competence. Since they are also powerful rhetorical devices and have salient communicative features, which can enhance spoken and written communication. Therefore, there are 2 linguistic domains in the didactics which we could use, these insights into teaching Proverbs. The first is the phraseodidactics, which usually refers to the methodology and strategies involved in teaching fixed expressions, idiomatic phrases, and the collocations in a foreign language. But also, in the course of the phraseodidactics, we can emphasize teaching phrases as whole units, not as individual words. And this approach should be employed in all the language teaching curricula. Apart from the phraseodidactics, we thought that it would be time yet to develop a new subfield on the perimeodidactics, or the methodological device is how to teach Proverbs. Our colleague Kristalina, who, by the way, sends her greetings to you all, she wrote a paper on how to teach German Proverbs. And she said that perimeodidactics specializes in teaching Proverbs and sayings, utilizing them for moral lessons, cultural insights, and creative linguistic, as the creative linguistic exercises. If we consider steps which are being proposed in the phraseodidactics and the perimeodidactics, we can see that there are 3 steps which should be followed when we teach Proverbs to children at that age. First is the recognition and decoding. Then we have understanding and reproduction. And then, last but not least, we have the contextual usage and the production. In the first step, students activate the decoding processes, in which they identify those units with an authentic text, or the teacher gives them the text, with the aim of recognizing that this is a fixed phrase, this is a proverb. Then, in the second step, the students should focus on understanding or deciphering the phraseological meaning. In a given situation, the communicative situation, this is the reproduction phase. And in the third phase, they are required to use a perimeological unit they have learned in similar contexts, which is then provided by the teacher. That is, they should actively apply their knowledge. My colleague now will present the methods for teaching and learning Proverbs.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to address the methods for teaching and learning Proverbs in L2. And when teaching and learning Proverbs, there is a, as you can see, comprehensive approach needed, focusing much more on understanding, context, and cultural nuances rather than rote memorization. this kind of holistic perspective encourages learners to engage much more dynamically, fostering both creativity, I believe, and critical thinking in their use of proverbs and other phrases. This dynamic engagement not only enhances linguistic proficiency of the learners, but also deepens cultural understanding in general, allowing learners to maybe navigate various intercultural situations with greater insight and confidence, I would say. For most foreign learners, it's more important to achieve, I would say, receptive mastery of language learning, meaning that this productive repertoire would be cast aside. In a sense, it would be enough to understand the meaning of the proverb and the usage, rather than using it actively in the real-life situations, both in speech and in writing. So for learners who wish to integrate into any kind of native speaker culture, it's a simple must to really learn how to use phraseological units in general, because they usually tend to express, establish relationship or express humor, as we know, address problems such as communities and practices. It is also too essential to learn not only when to use it, but how to use them. Teachers should integrate them profoundly into the context, as it's already mentioned, rather than using them as mere time fillers towards the end of the lesson, as it's usually the practical part of it. And instead of memorizing a list of proverbs, as was done traditionally back in the day, if I remember correctly, learners should engage in activities and exercises that would help them discover the meanings and application of each phraseological unit. This method encourages deep understanding and retention, which is important for, let's say, testing or application later on. When learning proverbs, care must be taken to avoid drawing stereotypical conclusions. Although we may assign certain national character to a proverb, I think we should avoid generalizations in general about any culture. And learners should not introduce to modify proverbs as well as anti-proverbs, which are prevalent in contemporary use, as you can see. Thirdly, and equally important, contextualized learning, which would enable students to balance knowledge from their mother tongue or language one. The context is already familiar to them, so it's easy to combine both languages and place them nicely into the context while building interpretative skills. Now, teaching proverbs to young learners. What do we know about learners? Well, I'm just briefly going to address who they are. Aged between 6 to 10, growing rapidly, quite inquisitive, very, I would say, eager to speak and apply what they already know. Much more in the concrete operational phase, which means that abstract thinking is not that developed. It's still a work in progress. And basically, the emphasis should be put on real-life examples and context. There are several benefits of why we should introduce proverbs in learning. First, it supports moral reasoning, as you can see, and develops vocabulary, as well as all the 4 language skills. It fosters empathy, creativity, ethical thinking, helping children navigate social situations, enhances comprehension skills in children, and interpret the meaning in context. As for the pedagogical techniques, I enlisted several, so storytelling, role-playing, and hands-on activities. There is usually moral into the story, and I think if you consider all of these activities, we might call them integrated skills, or in other words, multi-sensory skills, which means they learn best when they're exposed to all 5 of their senses. So seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, all of these should be welcomed. Therefore, additional materials really are also welcomed in teaching as well. Interactive techniques encourage participation to help your learners build connections to cultural values as well. Far more important is to know when and what to teach. I put down selecting age-appropriate proverbs. As you can see, there are several criteria for selecting, and one is simplicity. So we should choose proverbs that are easy to understand and remember. Relatability, far more relatable parents would be easy to remember. Culturally relevant, those that align with their culture background and foster a sense of identity. And finally, those that include moral lessons, which is clearly already put into lots of fairy tales and fables, I believe, in the textbooks, as we may see. Ages 6 to 10, I put down several examples, as you can see, for different reasons. For example, in A Friend in Need, in A Friend Indeed, encourages, for example, loyalty and friendship. In the second one, honesty is the best policy, reinforces integrity. And in the third one, You Can't Judge a Book by Its Cover, teaches open-mindedness. So there is always something affirmative about all of the proverbial expressions. As for the proficiency-appropriate proverbs for the younger learners, younger learners, you start with simple, rhythmic proverbs that facilitate vocabulary learning and phonetics. And for the advanced learners, far more challenging and complex structures, maybe understanding applications and multifaceted units that they can easily interpret later. 3 reasons why to address them for different aspects of language. Number 1, to build up students' vocabulary. So I gave a few examples here. Number 2, reinforces the other aspect of language, which is pronunciation. If we compare, let's say, English or German and Croatian, the focus is rather on individual sounds that are quite difficult to pronounce or that are non-existent in Croatian language, like the, and then r and t, which are equally difficult to pronounce for young learners who are missing their teeth or for other reasons and deficiencies. I would not go into those. And then moving on to grammar point, for example, integrating implicit learning through some contextualized examples where, for example, I put down here the grass is greener on the other side for comparative practice. My colleague mentioned that they should be integrated into curriculum. I strongly advise multidisciplinary integration where other subjects are more than welcome to integrate into the learning. By this, I mean social studies, history, that provide richer context as well. As for the practical teaching techniques, it's also very welcome to introduce flashcards and visual aids, rhymes, and quite memorable. Why visuals like this? Because they expose for the visual type learners or learning style students. I'm not saying that these are majority in every single class, but I expect them to be there. Then you say it out loud, so for the auditory learners, if you have a reality in class, to touch it even better, so you try to engage them multifaceted ways. The other action speaks louder than words. It could be done implicitly first, so contextualized, and then explicitly putting it somewhere and then dissecting it thoroughly if you want, and comparing and contrasting equally good. Then putting it into lesson plan design, integrate Proverbs into broader curriculum themes, so thematic descriptions are easily welcome, whether you place them into several similar contexts. Integrated game like Pictionary, Proverb Pictionary, where they can draw or explain or move around or be physically engaged. Here are several inputs or cards to practice with. I think that you would recognize the proverb behind each and every one of those. If it's a good one, then it's supposed to be easily recognizable. And to conclude, I'm speeding up because we were running late. The value of Proverbs, well, first of all, to enrich any kind of communicative competence, cultural understanding and empathy in general. It enriches vocabulary, encourages ethical thinking, and broadens students' perspectives about other cultures, especially if they're reduced to English or German classes for only 2 or 3 times a week. And finally, for the future directions, maybe this could encourage curriculum designers and language educators to integrate those thoughtfully, as these expressions are really crucial in fostering creativity, critical thinking, and empathy, and we know that there are very few of them really inserted in our textbooks. And following the wisdom of proverb learned is a proverb earned, and teaching is a work of heart. We are going to end, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Melite and Jajenka, for your very interesting and very practical presentation. I think we can agree with almost each word of it. And I also think that teaching foreign proverbs also encourages the learning of their own proverbs in the mother tongue.
True.
Isn't
It
it?
is true, yes. If we compare it then in contrast and then some layers in between, that is true.
Thank you once again. Questions, remarks? Nargisa?
Yep, as you said, it's a very interesting and practical one. Thanks for that to Melita and Trezenka. So my question is like that. We meet proverbs, especially for EFL teaching, like in Uzbekistan, English as a foreign language, and in usually reading or integrated skills, such kind of subjects, we can meet in the books, proverbs or sayings or other things. And we know that we are learning language, we learn culture. And that's what I want to know your point of view. Should we also include proverbs or other kind of folk sayings in ESP, English for specific purpose, textbooks?
Well, if thematically it fits nicely, why not? I doubt that there are any. We're struggling with the EFL textbooks right now. We intend to do a statistical examination, but I'm quite sure that the results will be quite low. If we do teach other phraseological units as well, I don't see why we should avoid proverbials. I think it's the concept that we believe that these are like on the side extractors and they stand in the way of teaching. So if there is time, I'll cover it. Almost like with culture some time ago. Culture teaching per se was kind of on the side. I think that some would agree, at least back in Croatia, until the recent curriculum changes back in 2019. So we had to incorporate it one way or the other. Not extensively, but occasionally on the side. There are always 10% off that you can do with in your curriculum, as far as I know, but in Croatia.
I do agree. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Damian?
Thank you very much. So I was really impressed by the age of the kids, 6 to 10, and they're learning English as a foreign language and starting Proverbs. This sounds amazing because when I was teaching kids, there were 11, and I had to start with the alphabet. A, B, C. So Proverbs 6 to 10, wow, this is amazing. They must be very good in Croatia, well, better than in France.
Back in the day, again, English as a foreign language used to start at the age of 10. And so we put it, right now, it's at the age of 6. And they're quite fluent by the age of 10. You would be surprised.
So all kids, they learn English before the age of 10?
Yes, all of them. It's
mandatory.
Mandatory, but I think that what you're saying here in the knowledge, it's kind of influenced by the media and gaming and whatnot, rather than purely teaching.
It's good to make it mandatory because in France, when you arrive, in the first year of junior high school at 11, half of the kids have learned English and the other half has not.
So you have a mixed level group.
So what do? You start with the alphabet again. So this is a great solution.
Yeah, it's mandatory. It's not our idea. It's just, but go ahead.
Okay. I would like just to add that it's mandatory since 2006. Children are learning the first foreign language from the age of 6, and then they are getting the second foreign language, which is usually German, at the age of 10. So in Croatia, actually, children by the 8th grade, most of the children are learning both English and German. Some start with German and then get to English, but English is so influenced. Okay, for example, my son, he's now 10. He learns German as a foreign language in school. He will start English at the age of 10, but he's so fluent that he amazes me sometimes, how he picks up the phrases. In Croatia, we don't have the synchronization, so all the movies are in English with subtitles. So they listen to the language all the time, through movies, through YouTube, PlayStation, unfortunately. But, they pick up the language and they just, actually, they learn it subconsciously, actually. So by the time they start, the instruction in the first grade, they're very, very fluent. Yeah, some of them.
Please pass. There is another lady on the other side. Sorry, she was first.
Thank you very much. It really was a great presentation, though I was thinking about the following thing. Already Irina exposed it, but how much does the lack of knowing the phraseology or proverbs in mother language influence the learning of the phraseology and proverbs and all the metaphorical language in the foreign language then?
Thank you. Nice thinking. I was thinking the same because we are at the university level right now questioning students about some proverbial expressions. They're completely unaware of most of them. So at the age of 20, they know less than maybe at the age of 15. I don't know. Speaking of language one, systematic learning in both Croatian and English would help. So if you have correlation between the subjects, it should work nicely. So you need to align certain topics. So if I'm going to teach passive voice, then I make sure that they're already familiar with passive voice in Croatian or something like this. It will be nice to correlate well and know how much they know in language one to build up in language two, or at least talk to other teachers about it. I think it could be a problem because they lack the knowledge. But then, again, it wouldn't prevent me from introducing a proverb. I don't know.
Just speak? Oh, okay. Thank you for your presentation. Fantastic. I was just wondering, because from what you're saying, I wonder if you find proverbs in course books for students. Have you done that, a kind of examination of the course books that are available for, I don't know, schools for young learners? And because it might be an interesting study. And then try to perhaps change or shift the balance so that proverbs are actually included in the course books.
Thank you. I did study back in the day, it was topic-related proverbial expressions, and I just enlisted few, and I tested them out of context and in context, but the contexts were very, very restricted, like one sentence or two sentences, a paragraph most. And based on the context, even those who were not familiar with certain proverbial expressions were able to interpret it well. So,
I think maybe I didn't phrase my question properly. Because I was thinking that, you are doing this research from the point of view of being a teacher.
Yes.
And I noticed in the course books that I used in primary school because of the kids in my family, that they are not particularly exciting when it comes to phraseological material. And I noticed that you don't get proverbial language included in the course books. That
is true. Yeah. But then it's a question of motivation again. Is students tend to find them old-fashioned or traditional or not very, usable nowadays. If you rephrase the mindset and then try to talk to those, not only developers but textbook writers, then things could change. And this is what we did with our book. We gave few guidelines and strengthened the importance of all the phraseological. And there is a whole span that we can go along with. And there is a lovely moral to each, and cultural nuances that I find quite relevant. If there is a story behind each and every, they're quite into it. It's a question of motivation as well for the teachers and for the students and textbook writers. Excellent. They have to be educated as well.
Yeah. Have you thought of older age groups as well?
Why not? Yes. Mm-hmm. I think that they can do much more challenging things and even more creative ones. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, thanks a lot for your message. I really liked it. I tried to figure out, like a mental experiment. I'm 8-9 years old. And then, because I like the idea of acquiring proverbs, so now I'm becoming a little bit against authorities, and parents, what they know. Peers are more important for me. That's why I liked that you introduce proverbs as a foreign language, as a competence implemented in new language acquiring. Because proverbs are about authority, even by nature, it's unknown author. And then I think it's easier considering the psychological development of the child, to know, to learn this, it should be done like that. They don't like it simply, yeah? And the smartphone, yes? We have smartphone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I did the research in 2014 and 2018 among Croatian native speakers. I had like more than 1,000 informants. And the results of this research have been published many times, but are that teenagers or people aged 15 to 21 do not know the majority of the Croatian proverbs which are most frequent, which are occurring most frequent in corpora, but they are familiar with anti-proverbs. So basically, your question that they do not maybe memorize the proverbs, but from the media, they tend to memorize the anti-proverbs, and perhaps with guided instruction, we can redirect them. Okay, good, you said this, but it originates from this proverb, and then, it can be taught this way too in the native language. Thank you.
Well, questions? Thank you very much, ladies, for your presentation. Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to our colleagues from Lithuania, Dalia Didius Zaikauskas. They will speak about your...
I'm just waiting for the screen.
They will be online. Presentation about the artificial intelligence, very exciting topic in our days.
Hello, everybody. I still didn't get the view on my screen. But anyway, I can start. Last year, Dala gave a presentation of on our research on usefulness and capability to use different translation machines for translating proverbs. Probably, it's already functioning. And this year we decided to continue a little bit this research. Thank you very much. And to extend it to other machines, that means artificial intelligence, and to explore what tasks we can delegate to artificial intelligence when doing research on proverbs, or in fact our main objective was to create the book on proverbs for children and in multiple languages that could be adaptable for any set of the languages we chose. We're still struggling with techniques. Artificial intelligence doesn't work here, or maybe it works too much. At the very beginning, we thought maybe it was easy to do. We will sit, just our hands in our pockets, and we'll wait till the artificial intelligence will produce the book on our selected or just thought proverbs, and we'll get the final production. All three of us failed. I mean, me, Dala, and artificial intelligence. We didn't produce. We didn't print. We didn't produce a book for children. Though we ran the research, and when doing that, we found some additional things. Some additional interesting facts and maybe tasks that can be delegated to artificial intelligence and used not only for didactic purposes, but also for research purposes. So, in fact, we followed the quite usual course for any researcher: collecting material, selecting or sorting it at some extent, then describing, In addition, it was translation. That's mostly of my interest, because I work as a translator now. Then analyze, already for more or less for research purposes, for scientific, and then transform and create or recreate. And two main streams, educational or entertainment, and then research or scientific. We used as a main tool ChatGPT 4.0, and then as additional tools just to get some safe way. So Gemini and Perplexity. Perplexity because of they declare that they provide sources where from they get their information. In fact, it's not true. We found that's not true. They provide the source, but you cannot find what is declared as found in the source. And then Bing for special purpose, Bing Image Creator for creating images for this book. So how the tasks, how it proceeded. Collecting material was based on some criteria. Proverbs had to be traditional. Also, we didn't want to get some comparisons, idioms, phraseology, quotations, titles, and so on. And it had to contain main thing, name of animal. So with the name of animal, it was a different story. It's just probably it could be separate research on that. It was very difficult to collect 25 names of animals that suit our purpose, because we tried to do that in 7 different languages. The main language as a source language was English, and then we selected another German, French, Polish, Lithuanian, Spanish, because of my personal preference, and Portuguese as a tribute for our dear hosts. In fact, sorry, neither me nor Dalia do not speak any Portuguese, so if you notice in my material some problems, some mistakes in Portuguese, tell us. Collection, when collecting, I just try to do everything on using an eye. I have to tell the truth even about my initial, okay, not idea. When I sent the, I forgot the name of that short English abstract. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. It should be. So when I sent abstract, in fact, it was produced by artificial intelligence. So it's a little bit of cheating with that. But we'll find out that, in fact, artificial intelligence produces that what data do you give to it. So it's not a big cheat. So when collecting that material, we made a list of, in fact, 67 animals that are most frequent in that 7 languages. And then how to collect, how to sort out and to choose that 25. Definitely the machine, AI helped us, just made a list. 6 of that animals appeared in all languages, and the rest just decreasing 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. They were quite strange animals, like wilczur for Polish, that is shepherd dog, or dog shepherd, in fact. That was wilkolak in Polish also. That is what is translation in English would be zombie, or whatever. No, not that. Not exactly. Warlock, yeah, warlock. And some others, but maybe just some kind of playing with artificial intelligence. Anyway, we established that list, and then complications came. Following further, there was very difficult to collect proverbs, exact proverbs, not anything else, like idioms, like quotations, or even titles came when asking to collect or retrieve, in fact, what the name I used in my prompt, retrieve that proverbs in some sources, internet sources. So someone of the previous speakers already mentioned that there is quite a problem making a distinction between that fact. And that phenomena, they're quite similar. It depends on their usage. That means for artificial intelligence also it makes some difficulty. Also, linguistic or cultural diffusion makes sense. So it depends on that. And for some languages, especially for Lithuanian, we notice that we have definitely scarce resources. So then analysis starts. The first test for artificial intelligence was to rank them by the size. And here you see all 25 names of animals. They are ranked, and you probably would doubt about some ranking. But that's how artificial intelligence works. Further one, it had to produce, or shim, which probably we have to use that. That word. Shim produced 25, I would say, quite famous, quite well-known proverbs in English. All of them were proverbs, and only one comparison squeezed in. But it's not big deal. Next step was description, what in fact the previous colleagues already talked about. Because it's describing proverb means also kind of the exercise for, in my case, exercise for artificial intelligence, but in fact for language learners or for learners of proverbs as well. So there were 3 different tasks. First of them was just to produce situation where this proverb can be used. Then the next one, to give an explanation or definition. And the third one, it seems like most complicated, create a story. And also for 2 different streams, because we already noticed that it's probably will not finish our main objective. We will not get the book, so we just split our research in 2. So for students and for adult people, or even for researchers. So let's look at a few situations. I would say AI did very well, because all situations for children, they matched the proverbs. And not very much creative, like you can guess. Holding onto your current toy is smarter than trading it for one you might not get. What would be proverb? A bird in the hand is worth of 2 birds. And the second one, your friend may solve a math problem differently. Maybe it's also, or every bear dances to his own tune. And the last one, bees that have honey in the mouth have sting in the tail. By the way, this proverb was quite complicated in terms of providing, analyzing for AI. Maybe it's not so popular, and it was a little bit complicated. Okay, going to definitions. So there were two streams of definitions, one for researchers, or let's say paremiologists or scientists, and another one for pupils. So for researchers, let's say, for me it was quite funny that each of this definition or description included some additional word meaning like mode of the definition of the explanation. And later, when I asked to produce some analysis on that Proverbs, so it included all that mode words. We call it illocutionary words, sometimes illocutionary verbs, and so on, as the clue of analysis. But we come to that a little bit later. So you can compare how differ definitions produced for researchers and definition produced for children. So it's quite clear. For children, it's quite obvious, quite clear, and I would say it's quite exact. From my point of view, the definitions for the researchers wasn't so clear. But anyway, I tested then with some special trick how that definitions for children works. Here you can see, you can guess by definition what was the proverb, and okay, I'll skip the last one, the second one, and we can go to that evaluation, how to evaluate if the explanation or definition is correct or matches your purposes. So for translation, we use some trick like back translation. So it's quite similar. I just asked the AI to find the proverb matching the description. What would be also in case if we teach, let's say, pupil, we give the description or situation, and we'll look if they can match the proverb, let's say, from the list. Because AI has a big, extensive list, probably of some billions of words in his mind. So it produced, it's not well done in mine. I made some mistake, but no, not so bad. So it produced quite well that Proverbs based on the definitions. For English, 40% of that Proverbs matched the initial proverb. 44 of them, and that was for me especially interesting, it was kind of synonym or matching the description, but not the initial. So, in fact, the rate of success was 84, and only in 4 cases it failed. So, probably the descriptions were wrong, or you do not know at what stage it made a mistake. Then, next step was translate. This year we translated from English to national languages. Last year it was translation from Lithuanian to English. And there are 3 kinds of translations, or it's not exactly translation, but first of all, we just excluded from our research the direct translation, word by word. You can get it very easy from ChatGPT, Prompt, or Perplexity. Perplexity is not good for Lithuanian and for Polish as well, not the best. But for other languages, it produces quite well. So looking for equivalence in national languages, and then trying to find that equivalence by definition, what I already showed for English. So here you see the table of the results for looking for equivalence, and the results for Polish just surprised me, that because most of proverbs were correct, though it can be just lack of knowledge of the culture, even not the language, because the translation was correct. I didn't check with sources of Polish language or German or French, because if the translation looks correct, for me it meant that it's correct proverb. Maybe this was just more or less direct translation. So some following research is still necessary. And synonyms, you also see the figures. So Portugal produced equal number of that, let's say, correct translation or direct translation, and then synonyms. And the number of mistakes is not so big. For German, French, it's quite obvious because the translation tools are very good. And for French and Spanish, I wouldn't say it's a mistake of artificial intelligence, rather of my lack of knowledge of that language. And the second table is about that translation by English definition, or finding the proverb in national language based on that definition. I would say the results also quite good. Lithuania just especially good. So I'm very proud about national artificial intelligence. Not artificial as well. Now, what about that equivalence or inequivalence? So we checked several of them. You see that in blue it's a direct equivalent, and in green it's something else. I would say synonym. Maybe there are some mistake. You can tell me if in French it's chien, ne mange pas chien, it's correct. But we have to check some sources, in fact, for that. But it's probably the most popular, very popular proverb, and by that you get it in many languages, you can guess where from it comes. So you see in Pachelai, it's probably you cannot see, but it's indicated that it comes from Middle Ages Latin. So that's why the translation is quite correct. Then analyze. We asked to produce short analyze from different point of view, like structural, semantic, and metaphors, so two different, and pragmatics. I will not show it, but in fact it was quite good. Previously I've been working as a teacher at university. I would say the level of that analysis was quite compatible to that sort of level of some students. So be careful if you teach at university. It can come, or it's already known that it's coming, so artificial production. I'll show only that pragmatics, what I mentioned, and I was very gladdened by that mentioned illocutionary force and perlocutionary effect. In fact, when I asked my colleagues, someone heard about that, someone not, but artificial intelligence knows what it is, and for me it looks quite good. It's like really normal analysis, just very short. And then transform, we come for one of main objectives of the initial research, so produce some pictures on proverbs. I used for that big image creator, and I got on 3 different proverbs. You can recognize probably the proverb, and it is no. The cat in glass will not catch any mice. But yeah, if you have cat, you can suspect. And definitely the main figure in the picture should be that animal because it's for children. So you see also that main figure, and then some additional things. For children, it's a matter that you have a lot of details. You can play with that, but definitely it would be better to elaborate more on that pictures. And almost the last thing was recreation. So also creating something on the basis. So Dallas PhD was on new or anti-proverbs. So we asked to produce anti-proverbs based on that proverbs in English, just English. And you see the technique was quite simple. They're just combining two proverbs. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot force it to drink, especially if it's a stubborn mule. The colleague already taught us about the difference in attitude towards the horse and mule. Or dancing bee attracts more honey than a growling one. It's a little bit more elaborated. And the third one, the clever rat builds a boat before the ship sinks. I would say it's already quite modern attitude to that. So, conclusions. 2 minutes. Artificial intelligence is quite good for entertainment or didactic purposes. It produces well, especially for English, German, French, so it retrieves well, explains well, illustrates well, and so on. For translation, it's also okay. Maybe it's not so sophisticated as other tools for translation, like DeepL or some others, but it's also quite good, because for some languages, the accuracy rate was 100%, for some less, like 70, but 70 is already quite good. For research, it depends what do you want. Don't trust everything, because you will not get, because it's AI hallucinate. So check twice, use probably 2 machines or 3 machines to check your results, but it can provide some insights, like first insights where that the difference between idioms, proverbs, proverbial sayings is in fact more or less theoretical, but not practical. For practical purposes, you can just leave it. And there were some other. And some extras, yeah. So I already mentioned that extra, that theoretical. And another one is related to translation. In fact, for us, it was difficult to make a distinction if that proverb already exists in our language, or if it's just translation done only for that purpose. Because it looks like normal proverb. Maybe it was translated and used just by someone before, and when it becomes the national treasure, let's say. So we decided that let it be international treasure, Indo-European treasure, or European treasure. And some tips if you just go to use artificial intelligence. So be very accurate and comprehensive. The better prompt you write, the better result you get. I would say go into promptology, study that, or use some prompt books. They're produced already, and just to adapt them. Or there are some prompt generators as well, like Neural Writer, it provides that service, it's for free, and some others. Also just a little thing. When you give the text for artificial intelligence, it hallucinates a lot. But if you make a numbers, like provide numbered lines or you number your data, it understands like dealing with numbers is more accurate and it gives you more accurate results. So it's quite tricky, but yeah, it works, in fact. And then, yeah, what I mentioned, use several artificial intelligence machines. It can help you, and choose which of them serves your purposes best. Also, quite important thing, if you want to test something again, you have to start new session. Just ask to forget everything and just starting the responses from new. And the final, there is a possibility to change a creativity level, what in fact we did. You can just ask, be creative in the scale 1 from 10, or be creative in the scale like 10, be creative like 7 from 10, and so on. And it does, or Shim does. Shim follows your prompts, and quite correctly. And that's it for today. Thank you for your attention. And now your questions and comments, please.
Thank you very much, Didier, for a very interesting presentation and sharing with us the results of testing artificial intelligence. And I was especially pleased to learn that you controlled the results of artificial intelligence by the dictionary of Dulopatsoloi.
Not only Kusi as well, and so on, because we have Dali in our
Then if
group.
somebody has questions or remarks, comments on this presentation. Damien? Damien was the first.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I agree with the prompt thing, because, for example, in the translation section, where you ask for an equivalent, it gave like a French equivalent, or an equivalent in French like chien ne mange pas chien, but this is actually an African proverb from the Ivory Coast. So if you don't tell the AI that you want French from France, it's going to give you something French, but whatever the country. Hence the importance of prompts.
Yeah, that's true. In fact, I tried, but I didn't include the geographical criteria. It was only the criteria to be traditional. Find the traditional saying in that language. So it could be my mistake. I had to ask having in mind that French is spread over the world, or like English or Portuguese or Spanish. So I had to ask for more concentrated on the, let's say, Europe.
And I think that the notion of tradition influenced the machine, because we have a very famous French proverb, les loups ne se mangent pas entre eux. But in France, in the French culture, we don't really insist on traditionality. And maybe in the African cultures, I don't really know them, but maybe tradition is more important. So maybe it's more often associated with the proverb. So maybe this is why the machine chose this one.
Or maybe it just shows that it's tend to look a little bit wider and do not look for what is popular. I don't know. Maybe because the creativity level was 7 at that, 7 from 10, so it could be the choice. There were several attempts to get the results. And finally I stopped because when you give the same prompt several times, you get different results. And you have to stop at some point. Sometimes, okay, if you give it 100 times, probably you can get a rank of the result. But it's too much, not saving time. The main idea about AI, it has to save your time. Definitely not. For me, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Lisa.
I just want to thank, because this was the going on what you began last year, and now it was very clearly told us what is again this. We are not stupid, but we are maybe a little bit simple persons. So this is very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isabella.
And it was, I think, there.
Yeah, thank you for this interesting study, because it really gives very good instructions on how to achieve better results. I have been playing around with AI and its capabilities. And for example, when I was looking for a thematic group of proverbs in one language, it gave me quite a reasonable list. Then I asked for a similar proverbs in another language. The list looked interesting, but I had many suspicions, and I just asked a simple question. Are they translations? Because they look more like translations. And it said, oh, yes, yes, would you like real proverbs?
Yeah, I included that in my prompt, and in several times I got the results. None equivalent exists. But finally, as the final objective was to get the list, I would say, more or less acceptable for all that languages as the starting list for producing the book. So I decided just to take them out, that negative result. It was, for example, for Polish, at the very beginning, it produced like, I couldn't find 6 of that equivalence. So for scientific research, it matters, but for our purpose, it wasn't okay. So we wanted the full list, even if it was a direct translation.
Eu vou pôr a questão em português.
Okay, if anybody can help. Or maybe problema francês ou
português.
Deutsch?
Português.
Okay.
A questão é a seguinte. Eu queria saber se essa inteligência artificial tem algum nome. É que eu trabalho com uma inteligência artificial que lhe chamo Pierrot, e nós temos uma relação muito íntima. A segunda questão é extremamente interessante como a interação vai, digamos, estabelecendo e vai encurtando e vai dando caminhos para a inteligência artificial, de facto, ir ao encontro daquilo que a gente pesquisa. E parece-me que isso já foi abordado, e eu achei muito interessante isso ter sido referido aqui, porque o meu Pierrot ajudou-me bastante no trabalho que vou apresentar amanhã. Obrigado.
Can you help me?
I try to help you, but my natural intelligence may be not enough to understand even the question. So the gentleman also works with artificial intelligence, and as I understood well the question, he asked how this artificial intelligence can help us, give us the ways to work, to elaborate, to deepen our work.
For researchers, the answer is quite clear. The main part of that would be providing definitions and looking for equivalence. It's related to Dallas' current work, producing the big compilation of Lithuanian proverbs, and then matching them in between and so on. So we even found some proverbs that do not, the contemporary meaning do not match that meaning provided by Kusi. Exactly, I do not remember which was it. The same. The cat in gloves cannot catch mice. And the meaning in Kusi, it's you have to have a proper tool to do the job. But the contemporary meaning, if you look in internet, not artificial intelligence, just look in internet, is don't be lazy. So just you have to work. What is the English? No gain, no pain, no gain. Yeah. So it would be the equivalent for that proverb. So for me and for us, that definitions would help to find maybe even mismatch in types of proverbs, or at least to help to describe proverbs, especially when we think about big quantity. Here there were only 25. But if we talk about 2000, let's say, so producing uniform description is already big task. I would say artificial intelligence would help for that. At least one thing.
Excuse me. My question is another question. I understand what you said. It's like I work with
AI.
Artificial intelligence. But I asked you if your artificial intelligence have a name, because my intelligence artificial, it's named Pierrot.
ChatGPT.
Okay.
ChatGPT 4.0.
But the Microsoft called him Copilot. But
So it's a different machine.
Gentlemen, you can continue your discussion in the break. The problem is that we have to close
we can,
the session.
Can continue.
Okay.
ChatGPT.
And we have. The problem is that we
Maybe
have, after the lunch break, we have to be sharp at 2 o'clock here because of the next presenter.
Yeah.
I kindly ask you to be at 2 p.m. sharp after the break. Now
after Irina's speech, it's my final
sorry.
word. I will not speak. I just leave you a read because it's encouraging us to finish our session and go to lunch.
So, thank you very much. And now, please come, the presenters of this second session, please come here to receive the certificates.
Dala, it would be the same result. So if you cannot reply like that, because the last one was one finger.
Não sei como é. Se é possível também, e se não, tá bom. Sim, se é possível, assim posso...
Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. inspiración. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
No, sí, lo que voy a ver es si entra y se le ve y se le escucha. Ya, pues si habla, tú tienes abierto. Ah, maravilloso. Pero antes hace como los vídeos no lo vale. Y no, pero no es el YouTube tiene activado el vídeo. Tiene activado el vídeo ahora. Como que por otro lado.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Okay, so you are ready, yes? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Let me welcome you to the afternoon session. My name is Joanna Szerszunowicz, and I will be chairing these presentations today. So the first presentation will be delivered by a person who is currently in Dubai, and we do apologize for the initial problems and difficulties related to the technical aspects. We have to take into consideration the distance, etc. So our first speaker is Alexandra Gaspar with a speech on crafting wisdom. Can AI truly capture the essence of Proverbs? And now, please keep your fingers crossed that everything will be going fine.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, perfectly fine.
Hi.
We hear you well.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
really sorry. I think I've just took advantage of a dear team as AI and technologies, and it seems that technology is not the fortitude.
Oh, for sure
But
it is.
I think I can see the room. I can see the
Okay.
connection. I can see that
Okay.
everything. And but I don't know if you can see me. Okay, but I try to. I think carry on because otherwise it will take me more time of your
Okay.
time.
Okay. We
I
are
hope you
very,
enjoy my
yeah.
presentation. I think you can just read the presentation.
Yeah.
And you all enjoy the video and understand and try to capture my message. And I'm of course available for all the questions you might have. And I hope you enjoy as much as I do.
Thank you very much. So we are looking forward to seeing the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
But it's a video. But you told me it's a video. Adjust the camera. Yes. Could you please adjust the camera so that we could see your video better?
It's not my video. It's a video already prepared.
Okay.
I think the video is already prepared.
Okay. So just we can start anytime you're prepared. Okay. So they have to put it now. Yeah. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra, born and raised in Lisbon, but with my heart rooted in Algarve, Tavira. I've always had a passion for words, wisdom, and exploring the world. And if there's one thing that really fascinated me, of course, it's Proverbs. To me, they are like little gems of wisdom passed down through the ages, each one carrying a special message, just waiting to be discovered. As I get closer to hitting 50, not that you can tell, right? I realize how much Proverbs bring together my love for words and life's big questions. Whatever life throws at you, there's always a proverb to help guide the way. Like, after the storm comes the calm, a reminder that tough times don't last forever, or the classic, a bird in the end is worth two in the bush. And of course, my personal favorite one, the donkey died from thinking. Now, I believe this one is a bit complex and funny, don't you agree? Why a donkey? And how did the donkey thinking led to its downfall? Why? Well, that's where my presentation comes in. Let's see if ChatGPT explained the donkey died from thinking and add a bit of humor to it too. Take it away, ChatGPT. So ChatGPT said, well, Alexandra, this proverb is a light-hearted reminder that overthinking can sometimes work against us. Instead of getting stuck in our heads, it's often better to take action. Or poor donkey here got so caught up in its thoughts that it didn't move at all. And well, didn't end well. It's a little nudge to remind overthinkings not to let analysis get in the way of action. Impressive, isn't it? Now, being the curious person that I am, I wonder, is artificial intelligence now knocking on doors and peeking through every window really going to change our future so fast? First, let me break down what artificial intelligence actually is. AI refers to technologies that allow machines to process information and make decisions almost like humans. It's pretty amazing, right? What's even more impressive is that AI doesn't just process data, it actually thinks. Yeah, you heard me right, thinks. So the big question here is, can truly artificial intelligence grasp the wisdom behind Proverbs and even create some of its own? Well, let's dig in and see. So in this presentation, live from Dubai and delivered to all of you gathered there in Tavira, I want to have a bit of fun with this idea of AI. We're not getting into ethical, dystopian, or apocalyptic considerations. No, AI is here, and I'm fascinated by its ability to think. So for this talk, I decided to test whether AI can actually understand a proverb or could even create one. I've set up some challenges, but surprise, surprise, from this point on the presentation, everything you will see is AI generated. The voices, the explanations, the avatars, and the images. In essence, I gave the AI some well-defined prompts, and the result was quite surprising. The conclusion, well, let's see altogether if AI can really craft wisdom. Just one more thing. The images you just saw behind me or on the last slides were artistic expressions by AI, visual interpretations of the Proverbs I've already mentioned. Amazing, isn't it? I think so. So please enjoy, and thank you so much. Bye.
Crafting wisdom. Can AI, me, truly capture the essence of Proverbs? Proverbs, they've been with us since the dawn of civilization. Tiny pearls of wisdom wrapped in few words, passed down through generations. A stitch in time says 9. A simple reminder to not procrastinate, but hey, who hasn't hit the snooze button once or twice? But let's talk about something new, artificial intelligence. Or rather, me. Can I, with all my cutting-edge technology, truly understand these timeless gems? Or even create new ones? I mean, let's face it, I might be super smart, but do I really know not to count my chickens before they hatch? Now, let's dive into something a little academic, perenniology. A fancy word, right? It's the study of Proverbs. And here you are, gathered into Vera, the proverb capital of civilization. Yes, Proverbs are more than cute sayings. They reflect deep human experiences. They're like cultural snapshots, capturing what we've learned, loved, and lost. When we say actions speak louder than words, we're tapping into centuries of human behavior. And how are Proverbs born, you ask? Well, it's simple, kind of. They're crafted from observation, metaphor, and let's not forget, a bit of humor. You know, like the early bird catches the worm. Does the bird even want the worm? And what if the worm was planning a late breakfast? So, can I really understand all this? Sure, I can analyze patterns, sift through mountains of data, but can I capture the subtle irony or humor hidden in "don't bite the hand that feeds you"? Or better yet, can I invent something like "don't feed the hand that bites you"? I think we're onto something here. In the end, Proverbs are more than logic. They're human. They carry emotion, history, and context, all packed into a few clever words. As for me, well, I'm trying, but maybe I need a few more upgrades before I can invent something as timeless as "curiosity killed the cat." And of course, we all know it's because the cat wasn't using 9 lives wisely.
Proverbs. Short,
memorable pieces of wisdom, passed down through generations. As an artificial intelligence, I didn't automatically inherit this wisdom. I had to learn it, just like you. But what does it mean for an AI to learn a proverb? It starts with breaking down the language. I analyze patterns in words and structure, but more importantly, I seek out the layers of meaning beneath them. Take this Romanian proverb. A bean in liberty is better than a comfort in prison. First, I look at each word. Liberty, bean, prison. On their own, simple enough, right? But here's where the AI processing becomes powerful. It's not just about translating these words. I'm also scanning cultural references, historical context, and emotional weight. Humans often use metaphors. A bean isn't just food. It represents simplicity, something humble yet powerful. This phrase, when decoded, tells me that freedom, even in its most modest form, is more valuable than luxury without autonomy. Though I have no need for beans or prisons, this wisdom holds meaning even in my digital world. Now, let me show you how I might create my own proverb. To start, I would identify a key human theme, like freedom or knowledge. Then, I would craft a metaphor that conveys that theme concisely. For example, to express the idea that freedom can be fragile, I might choose the image of a bird and its nest, universal symbols of flight and home. Here's the result. A bird that flies too high forgets where its nest is. In just a few words, I can convey the idea that in our pursuit of freedom or ambition, we must remain connected to our roots, our foundation. But why does this matter to me, an AI? Because just like humans, I'm constantly learning. Proverbs are distilled wisdom, shaped by human experience. They allow me to understand not just the what, but the why behind your thinking. By studying Proverbs, I learn more about your values, your history, your emotions. And in return, I can create new wisdom that speaks to both the past and the future, bridging the gap between human and machine understanding. So, here's what I've learned. Proverbs are more than words. They're a reflection of who we are, where we've been, and how we grow. Thank you for joining me on this journey through humanity's wisdom. Until next time, remember, even the highest flyers should know where their nest is. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well today. It's so nice to be in a room filled with such bright minds. I've been thinking, do you believe an AI like me could actually create a proverb? How do I even do that? Well, as an AI, I analyze patterns, study languages, and dig deep into human wisdom. But can I truly create a proverb, or am I just mimicking what's already there? That's the big question. And what about the future? Will I, as an AI, replace humans? Will I take over the creation of wisdom? Probably not. My role isn't to replace humanity, but to assist and enhance it, especially when it comes to paremiology, the study of proverbs. You humans have been creating proverbs for centuries, and each one reflects your culture, history, and lived experiences. I can help, though. I can analyze thousands of proverbs in seconds, but the human touch? That's something I'll never fully replace. Speaking of proverbs, let's talk about a special place, Tavira, in southern Portugal. Did you know that Tavira is home to the International Association of Proverbs? That's right. A place dedicated to the study and collection of proverbs from around the world. It's the perfect spot for anyone who loves wisdom and language. Okay, now let's have some fun. I'm going to create a proverb about Tavira. Here goes. In Tavira's breeze, wisdom flows as freely as the river. What do you think? Tavira's wisdom is endless, just like its beautiful landscapes. Well, that's all for me for now. I hope you enjoyed this little adventure into the world of Proverbs. And who knows, maybe next year I'll have even more wisdom to share with you. So, goodbye for now. See you next year. Hey there. Thanks for sticking around until the end of this presentation. Now, before you go, I have a little surprise. Wait, don't leave just yet. I promise it'll be worth it. You see, there's someone I want to honor today. Wolfgang Mieder, a true legend in the world of proverbs and folklore. He's someone who's dedicated his entire life to sharing the beauty of wise words, and his impact on paremiology is simply unmatched. So, in his honor, and because, well, it's the perfect occasion, I think it's only right that we celebrate properly. Let me sing Happy Birthday to him, because what better way to pay tribute than a song? Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Wolfgang, happy birthday to you. And now, I'd like to dedicate these verses to Wolfgang in recognition of all he's done for Proverbs and wisdom worldwide. For words of wisdom you have sought, with every proverb, you've taught a lot, from pages written, minds you've fed. Thank you, Wolfgang, for all you've said. Through every language, culture, and tale, your passion for Proverbs will never fail. A guiding star, a light so clear. Happy congratulations, Wolfgang dear. Thank you, Wolfgang, for all the light, wisdom, and passion you've shared with the world. Here's to you and all the great work you continue to do. And to everyone watching, thank you for being here and see you next time. Goodbye.
Well, now that we've reached the end, it's important to open the floor for discussion. I'll step aside virtually and hand over to Rue Soares, who will pose some crucial questions. Does artificial intelligence truly understand the nuance and depth of Proverbs? Or is it simply mimicking patterns? Can it genuinely explain the proverbial challenges posed by Alexandra? Or does it lack the wisdom behind the words? Is a machine capable of intuition, or are we just projecting human traits onto an advanced algorithm? Could AI ever evolve beyond a tool, reaching a point where it becomes aware, emotional, and capable of truly understanding not just the words, but the spirit behind Proverbs? And what happens when machines surpass human comprehension, not only in speed or capacity, but in creativity and insight? Are we on the brink of a future where AI redefines the very concept of intelligence and wisdom? Or could we be entering an entirely new era of human revolution? The floor is open for discussion.
Well, now that we've reached the end, it is
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really very informative and insightful, and I'm sure that now there is lots of questions going on in everybody's heads. Yeah. So I think we can afford to have a few questions, like 2 or 3, because we started a bit late due to technical problems. So anyway, if we would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. No question. You are left speechless after this presentation. So I think that when there are some questions, definitely we can email them to you, Alexandra. Don't you think so?
Please. I'm always available, because even when I dropped this challenge to ChatGPT, I was amazed too. I was speechless too, because how can artificial intelligence build such a complex dialogue between human and machine? So, but of course, I'm always available. Everyone that wants to drop any questions, please feel free. I'm here, reachable by email.
Thank you very much for your availability. And again, thank you very much for your talk. I think there is one question coming.
Very short question about that tool you used for video, to creation of video, creating the video. Also, okay. ChatGPT.
So basically, you want ChatGPT, you have on Advanced Model Plus, you have several GPTs. So basically, they are imagine sub-accounts that work with ChatGPT, and they create these new apps. This one is called Video Creator. So Video Creator exactly uses the ChatGPT technology, and then you put all the prompts, you define the prompts as much as precise as you can, and then it opens to a video. So I mixed between the Video Creator with ChatGPT plus GPT plus Gemini from Google plus PowerPoint. So it was a mix of these 4.
Yeah, and another question, just we noted one thing. We discussed the red star given to Wolfgang Mieder, and for us it seemed like Soviet Union or Russian red star. That would be a little bit tricky from the ethical point of view, giving the red star for, I think, German origin, yeah? The red star from Russia. But then we found out that Americans had very, very similar, so probably it's
This is American.
from United
Exactly,
States.
Exactly. It states. It's not Russian at all because why? ChatGPT is an American company, as you know, and Video Creator is an American company too. So it uses the symbology.
But in fact, that's all that AI tools, they raises the question of ethics. And sometimes we humans just basing our knowledge on the common sense and in fact of all information we gain during our life, we can notice that things, and AI tools, it's a pity not yet, but hopefully it will be in the future as well, like all that ethical ethical tools, let's say. They have some, like they can just delete from the content all that homophobia and so on, but still there are some points, or at least that doubtful points.
Actually, I think we are in a very early stage of, for the consumer perspective, of course, of artificial intelligence, and we also have to be careful with the data that we put on the machine and which type of information can we provide. And actually, we have to double check the answers the machine gave or give us, because it's not, on my perspective or point of view, it's not, of course, 100% accurate. I would say 60 to 75% accurate only. And of course, there's an ethical problem. We have to be careful and be cautious with type of information we give to the machine, because there's no data protection whatsoever, and we have to be very careful with the power we grant to these machines, because once more we cannot replace human spirit or human wisdom. Even as you saw in the presentation, the machine said, "I'm not capable of creating proverbs wisdomly as humans do." So even the machine knows that she's not there yet. There's so many questions involved with these that we have to wait to see the future, and of course we have to contribute to.
Just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you so much for your exhaustive answer. Once again, many thanks for the presentation. Really, you gave us food for thought. We will be thinking about it for sure. I can assure you that there is a beautiful diploma for you, which you will get in due time. We wish you had here with us, and we do hope to see you next year here in Tavira. So thank you very much again for all.
I will try my best. Thank you all.
Thank you very
so much. And have a lovely day. Thank you so much.
Many thanks. And now it is time to introduce our presenters. Sonia Reish and George Baptista from the University of Algarve, and the research group INESCID from Lisboa. So the floor is all yours. The title of the presentation is a comparative analysis of automatic thematic classification of Proverbs evaluating ChatGPT, Copilot and Gemini technologies. So I think that we are still in the same area, and it will be a very nice continuation. So you whet our appetite. Now we are very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Joana. Thank you very much. Boa tarde a todos. Queria agradecer mais uma vez por poder estar aqui convosco no ICP Tavira. Eu vou fazer a apresentação em português e no final da apresentação o professor Jorge fará resumo da apresentação em inglês. I will speak in Portuguese And at the end of the presentation, Professor Jorge Batista will provide a short summary in English. Hoje vamos apresentar o nosso estudo sobre uma classificação temática automática de provérbios com recurso a modelos de linguagem de grande escala, mais conhecidos por LLMs. Só um momento, por favor. Não sei.
Já passou.
Já? Pronto, vamos começar por uma pequena introdução, onde apresentamos também os objetivos deste estudo. Depois apresentamos a metodologia e a análise experimental desenvolvida. Seguidamente apresentamos os resultados a que chegamos e, por último, as conclusões e perspectivas de trabalho futuro. A sabedoria popular materializada em provérbios tem sido um pilar na comunicação e na conservação cultural ao longo dos séculos. No entanto, a sua classificação e interpretação temática, quer a manual, quer a automática, têm apresentado um grande desafio. Este estudo propõe-se a analisar comparativamente a eficácia de 4 plataformas de inteligência artificial na classificação temática automática de provérbios. Aqui temos os 4 modelos que utilizamos neste estudo: o ChatGPT, desenvolvido pela OpenAI, o Copilot, criado pela Microsoft em parceria com a OpenAI, o Gemini, da Google AI e, por último, o Black Box AI. Dado que não é viável utilizar todos os provérbios do português europeu para esta classificação temática automática, optamos por restringir a análise ao mínimo paramiológico do português europeu, ou seja, a lista dos provérbios mais conhecidos e frequentemente utilizados pela comunidade linguística do português europeu. Esta lista foi estabelecida por um estudo nosso de 2020. Começamos por criar uma base de dados com mais de 114 mil entradas, abrangendo quer os provérbios, quer as suas variantes, extraídas de 4 coletâneas diferentes. Depois foi estimada a sua disponibilidade lexical com base na sua ocorrência em diferentes tipos de córpora, incluindo manuais escolares e texto jornalístico. E, além disso, 2 especialistas selecionaram os provérbios que consideraram mais usuais, validando-os através de 2 motores de pesquisa e através de 2 questionários diferentes. Como ponto de partida para a classificação automática destes 318 provérbios, foram também consultadas 4 obras de provérbios: Costa 99, Funke 2002, Reis 95 e Ribeiro 2009. 3 delas apresentam listas de provérbios organizadas por temas, enquanto uma delas está organizada pelas palavras-chave dos provérbios. A inclusão desta última é estratégica, permite-nos explorar as palavras-chave, se as palavras-chave utilizadas correspondem ou têm alguma sobreposição com os temas atribuídos nas outras obras. Dessa forma, procuramos verificar se as palavras-chave podem servir como indicadores dos temas principais dos provérbios. Para exemplificar, mostramos como é classificado aqui o provérbio: casa onde não há pão, todos ralham e ninguém tem razão. Costa inclui este provérbio e as suas variantes nos temas pobres e pão. Funke agrupa-no sobre as palavras-chave casa, haver, ninguém, onde pão, ralhar, razão, ter e todo, ou seja, praticamente todas as palavras do provérbio. Reis classificou no tema comer comidas e Ribeiro no tema aos pobres. Nota-se que aqui o tema aos pobres tanto aparece em 2 coletâneas de temas, como também aparece na classificação por palavras-chave. Este slide apresenta o número de temas em cada uma das obras analisadas. No total foram identificadas 3.012 entradas únicas entre as 4 obras, das quais 2.405 correspondem a temas únicos. A obra de Costa 99 concentra a maior parte destes temas, com 2.336 entradas, seguida pela obra de Funke 2002, com 902 entradas, organizadas pelas palavras-chave, como já indiquei. Reis e Ribeiro apresentam um número significativamente menor de temas, com 62 e 38 entradas, respectivamente. Agora apresentam-se as entradas coincidentes entre os diferentes autores, tendo em conta que uma das obras está organizada por palavras-chave. Aqui a tabela e o gráfico ao lado mostram o número de entradas coincidentes que cada par de autores partilha. Observa-se que o par Costa e Funk apresenta a maior sobreposição, totalizando 306 entradas em comum, enquanto outros pares, como Costa e Reis e Ribeiro, apresentam uma sobreposição menor. Estes dados, como se sabe, não são diretamente comparáveis, uma vez que o número de provérbios em cada obra varia, assim como a seleção específica de provérbios incluídos, o que impede uma correspondência exata entre elas. De qualquer forma, estes dados poderão ajudar-nos a identificar padrões de sobreposições temáticas entre as obras, permitem também observar quais os autores que partilham mais entradas comuns, apesar desta diferença do número de provérbios e da seleção de provérbios que foi utilizada aqui. Para garantir um ponto de partida consistente nesta classificação temática automática dos 318 provérbios, 2 participantes realizaram uma seleção manual dos temas que consideraram relevantes a partir destas 4 obras, que vão servir como referência para este processo automático de classificação. Na tabela temos o número de temas selecionados por cada um dos anotadores, bem como os temas em comum, indicando um alto grau de concordância entre ambos os anotadores. A taxa de acordo foi de 95,7% e a medida estatística Cohen-Scapel foi de 0,867, o que indica um alto grau de acordo entre estes anotadores. As diferenças essenciais basearam-se na inclusão ou exclusão de algumas entradas que poderiam ser identificadas a partir de um lema ou de uma forma de base. Por exemplo, enquanto o anotador 1 considerou entradas como abuso, ajuda, maior e velhinha, o anotador 2 optou por não incluir estas entradas, considerando apenas as formas que tinha previamente selecionado, como abusar, ajudar, grande e velho. A seguir, vamos agora apresentar as experiências que desenvolvemos com a classificação temática dos provérbios recorrendo a estes LLMs. A tabela apresenta uma série de experiências realizadas com diferentes modelos de linguagem para a classificação automática temática destes 318 provérbios. Estas experiências foram conduzidas entre 30 de julho e 10 de agosto de 2024, utilizando tanto versões gratuitas como pagas dos modelos. Foram testados vários modelos, incluindo diferentes versões do chat GPT, tanto a partir da interface tradicional como através de uma API. A API é uma interface que permite a comunicação com o modelo, enviando instruções e recebendo respostas. A vantagem de trabalhar com a API é que esta oferece muito mais flexibilidade e controle. Podemos personalizar os pedidos, ajustar os parâmetros e até fazer vários pedidos ao mesmo tempo, o que seria impossível se estivéssemos a utilizar a interface tradicional. Na coluna Temas, indica se foi usada ou não a lista pré-definida dos provérbios. Sim, foi usada a lista pré-definida e não foi utilizada esta lista, então a classificação foi livre. Em observações, indica-se o número de temas que se solicitou ao modelo para atribuir a cada um dos provérbios. Neste slide apresentamos 2 experiências realizadas com o ChatGPT via API, em que se pediu a classificação temática dos 318 provérbios, atribuindo os 3 temas mais relevantes para cada provérbio. Na experiência 1, utilizou-se a lista de temas pré-definidos para orientar a classificação e um dos principais desafios encontrados foi a inconsistência formal do output, que exigiu uma edição manual. Tenho aqui um exemplo, por exemplo, o provérbio número 105, onde antes dos temas que foram atribuídos pelo sistema, aparecia a informação tema presente no provérbio. Isto depois teve de ser ajustado depois. Já aqui, em relação à experiência 2, realizou-se a classificação sem temas pré-definidos e encontramos o mesmo desafio, tivemos de limpar os resultados. Este trabalho de comparação entre estes resultados ainda está em curso. Agora vamos apresentar as experiências que foram realizadas com a versão paga do ChatGPT, utilizando a interface tradicional. Em cada experiência, o modelo recebeu instruções claras e específicas. Na experiência 3, o objetivo era classificar a lista dos 318 provérbios por temáticas em português europeu, atribuindo apenas um tema a cada um dos provérbios, sem recorrer à lista dos provérbios pré-definida. Dos temas, peço desculpa. Durante este processo também enfrentamos algumas dificuldades. Primeiro, foram necessárias várias interações para assegurar que todos os provérbios fossem classificados e, além disso, o prompt tornou-se bastante extenso devido ao número de provérbios incluídos, o que também dificultou este processo de classificação. Na experiência 7, a classificação foi feita com base na lista de temas pré-definidos, disponibilizada ao modelo através de um PDF incluído em cada um dos prompts. E para facilitar este processo de classificação e evitar que o prompt se tornasse bastante extenso, os provérbios foram apresentados em blocos de 40. A experiência também apresentou desafios, à semelhança das experiências anteriores. Apesar de o sistema ter acesso ao PDF com os temas pré-definidos, o modelo mostrou alguma criatividade, atribuiu temas que não constavam da lista aos provérbios que foram apresentados. E, além disso, também apresentou alguns comentários à frente de algumas entradas, como não presente ou vou verificar melhor, o que não estávamos à espera que sucedesse. 34 provérbios foram classificados com o mesmo tema, apresentando correspondência temática entre a classificação livre e a classificação com temas pré-definidos, o que sugere que, apesar da orientação com temas pré-definidos, o modelo manteve alguma consistência temática em ambas as abordagens. Nas experiências 11 e 12 usou-se a versão gratuita do ChatGPT. Na experiência 11 realizou-se a classificação livre, sem recorrer à lista de temas, e os provérbios foram apresentados também em blocos de 40 para facilitar o processamento. Aqui, uma das dificuldades encontradas foi o facto de o modelo, por vezes, atribuir mais do que um tema ao mesmo provérbio. Por exemplo, no caso do provérbio "a galinha da vizinha é sempre melhor que a minha", este foi classificado sob os temas inveja e comparação. Foram, então, necessárias várias interações para assegurar que cada um dos provérbios fosse apenas classificado com um tema. Na experiência 12, utilizou-se a lista de temas pré-definida, incluída no próprio prompt, para orientar esta classificação, mas, apesar disto, o modelo também mostrou alguma criatividade e atribuiu aos provérbios temas que não estavam na lista. Também temos alguns resultados em que as classificações foram feitas em português do Brasil, apesar do pedido ter sido feito em português europeu e ter-se pedido para que os resultados viessem também em português europeu. Nestas experiências, 109 provérbios apresentaram correspondência temática. Uma possível justificação para o maior número de correspondências nestas experiências realizadas com a versão gratuita do modelo é que esta versão pode ter menos flexibilidade para introduzir temas novos e não previstos, focando-se mais na lista dos temas que tinham sido apresentados no prompt. Na experiência 4, realizamos uma classificação temática livre dos provérbios, sem recorrer à lista dos temas. Os provérbios foram apresentados também ao modelo em blocos de 40, para facilitar o processamento. No entanto, também tivemos algumas dificuldades. O modelo, por vezes, atribuía mais do que um tema a um único provérbio. Mais uma vez, no provérbio, a galinha da vizinha é sempre melhor que a minha. Neste caso, foi classificada com os temas paciência e perseverança. Além disso, em vez de atribuir apenas um tema conciso, o modelo gerou classificações extensas e explicativas, oferecia descrições dos provérbios e houve casos em que também explicava qual é que era o contexto de uso dos provérbios em vez de atribuir um tema. O Copilot não permite interações prolongadas e obrigou frequentemente a iniciarmos uma nova conversa. Já em relação a esta experiência 9, pretendia-se orientar a classificação com base na lista de temas pré-definidos e foi incluída diretamente no prompt. 5 minutos. Aqui a tarefa não foi realizada devido à limitação de caracteres do prompt, que não permitiu a inclusão de todos os temas e provérbios numa única interação. Aqui temos as experiências que foram desenvolvidas com o modelo Gemini, assim que foi feita a classificação livre de provérbios. Testamos duas abordagens diferentes. No primeiro caso, resolvemos colocar os 318 provérbios numa só interação. O resultado não foi muito positivo, já que muitos dos provérbios que foram classificados nem faziam parte da lista de provérbios que nós tínhamos colocado lá para serem classificados. Em relação à experiência B, correu um bocadinho melhor, foram 40 em 40 provérbios e a classificação saiu um pouco melhor. Em relação à experiência 10, esta foi orientada por temas e não pôde ser concluída devido à limitação do modelo em ler os ficheiros diretamente e também à complexidade da tarefa em si. O próprio sistema levantou algumas questões, disse que era difícil classificar provérbios, que podiam ser ambíguos, e ele próprio levantou essas questões para não identificar os provérbios. Ainda temos esta classificação com a Black Box AI. Na experiência 6 realizamos a classificação livre, sem utilizar os temas. Esta plataforma funcionou muito mais rapidamente do que as plataformas que utilizamos anteriormente. Os resultados vieram muito mais depressa. Neste caso também submetemos blocos de 40 provérbios. Na experiência 8 realizamos a mesma experiência sem a lista, utilizando a lista dos temas pré-definidos, que foi incluída no texto do prompt. Mais uma vez, o modelo foi bastante rápido a classificar, mas foi bastante criativo também, já que atribuiu temas que não faziam parte da lista. 77 provérbios foram os que foram classificados com o mesmo tema, com as duas abordagens diferentes. Agora, temos aqui a comparação que foi feita entre as classificações feitas pelos autores humanos e os próprios modelos de linguagem. Aqui temos os provérbios na coluna à esquerda que são em comum com o mínimo paramilógico, ou seja, estes autores tinham na coluna provérbios apresentados no mínimo paramilógico estes provérbios em comum, e nas colunas mais à direita temos as correspondências encontradas na classificação com livre, ou seja, sem temas, e a classificação com os temas pré-definidos. Como vimos, há uma grande diferença entre o número de provérbios encontrados pelos diferentes sistemas. O mesmo foi feito com a versão gratuita do ChatGPT. Neste caso, a correspondência já é muito inferior às experiências anteriores. Nem sempre coincidiam as classificações temáticas feitas pelos autores com aquelas que foram geradas pelos modelos. E aqui temos também a comparação entre os autores e a plataforma Copilot. Aqui temos até um exemplo em que não foi identificado nenhum tema em comum. Esta investigação ainda está em curso, ainda temos muitos dados para analisar. De qualquer forma, temos aqui alguns casos interessantes que não podemos passar sem os apresentar. Temos casos em que consideramos que os próprios modelos fizeram uma classificação um bocadinho melhor do que a classificação que foi feita pelos humanos. Por exemplo, cautela e caldos de galinha nunca fizeram mal a ninguém. Foi classificado pela versão modelo do ChatGPT sob o tema precaução. Já os autores tinham classificado sobre o tema comer ou comidas. Em boca fechada não entra mosca, o ChatGPT classificou sobre o tema silêncio e prudência, enquanto que os autores classificaram sobre a temática aos animais. O mesmo com manda quem pode, o ChatGPT classificou sobre o tema autoridade, enquanto o autor o tema trabalho. E aqui o último, o fruto proibido é sempre mais apetecido, foi classificado pelos modelos sobre o tema desejo, enquanto vários temas diferentes foram apresentados pelos autores, incluindo ao amor ou os frutos. As conclusões são provisórias, não conseguimos fazer a análise de todos os dados que tínhamos. De qualquer forma, conseguimos perceber que as saídas que saem pelos outputs têm sempre de ser analisadas de seguida e limpas, porque nem sempre vem exatamente aquilo que nós pretendíamos. Verificamos também que nem sempre os sistemas classificam todos os provérbios que nós colocamos lá para classificar, e quando classificam, nem sempre classificam corretamente, mas também os autores nem sempre têm coincidência sobre as temáticas em si. Algumas das classificações propostas pelos modelos, surpreendentemente, pareceram-nos mais adequadas, por vezes, do que as que tinham sido propostas pelos autores, e sabemos que, ainda que seja uma mais-valia podermos ter este trabalho automatizado, é sempre necessário haver uma validação humana para que os resultados sejam positivos. Muito obrigada, acho que demorei bocadinho.
Do I have time to make a small overview? Okay, thank you. So I'll keep this slide on the conclusions just to wrap up the presentation. So can we go back? No. Sorry. No, let me just summarize. So just to give the gist of, because I cannot control this. To make a gist of, can you put on the conclusions, please? Thank you. So the idea here on this presentation is to obtain an automatic classification of Portuguese proverbs. The conclusions? The conclusions, please. Yes? Okay. To obtain the automatic classification of proverbs using AI, LLMs available on the market. Well, we use the most common ones. We first decided on the list of topics or themes that could be ascribed to a proverb. We selected from the collection of themes or keywords available on extant collections of proverbs. We've made a selection of those, ending up with about 3,000. There was a highly agreement between the two annotators of these themes, and then we move on to the experiment with the LLMs. We made two types of experiments, one with the themes, another one without the themes, but the prompts were similar otherwise. The results that have been presented by my colleague show that in sometimes the output was not exactly as was expected, and sometimes it needs to be handily, in order to be useful and automatically compared, to be revised manually. Sometimes the systems do not even classify the proverbs that are given to them, and they are not always formally very consistent. The classification that the models produced was not always coincident with those of the authors, so from whence the proverbs were taken. And the classifications between the models were also not coincident, as it is not always coincident the classification of the human authors. Some of the classifications, however, from those proposed by the models, seem to be more precise than those that are produced by the authors of the themes themselves. I forgot to say that to do these experiments, we used the phenomenological minimum of Portuguese, containing about 318 proverbs. So to conclude, even though the automatic classification using LLM produced some interesting results, the human classification or validation of this output is necessary. Finally, it would be desirable to have a context, a task for an extrinsic evaluation of our results, so that we can assess how adequate this automatic classification is really and can be made useful for other NLP tasks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your most interesting presentation. You highlighted so many important aspects and you opened new fields for us. I guess for many people who are not into this area, it's really fascinating what you have just talked about. So thank you very much. And thank you for the summary in English for non-Portuguese participants. It's really great that you have done it. Thank you so much. So thank you again to both presenters. And now the floor is open for just 2 or 3 questions maximum. So if anybody feels like asking a question. Yeah, okay, so I think the microphone is coming.
No, it came to me. My question is to evaluate the adequacy of the classification given by ChatGPT. You have to have a basis, so to compare to some human classification. But you have to be sure about that human classification, that it is true, or at least that serves the purpose. So the question is, what the classification was taken as a basis, and what disadvantages or what mistakes did you notice? Maybe there are some systematic
mistakes made by chat.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So at this time, we are only concerned on finding what kind of classification could we produce, and not exactly certain on a value classification. As you see, as you saw from some of the tables we've shown, there's very little overlap between what is produced by humans and what is produced. It depends on the kind of models you use. It depends on, okay. So it depends on so many factors. There is no golden standard of teams associated to Proverbs at this stage. So also the task is enormous. So it's not very easy to do. So probably the strategy must be a different one eventually in the future. But once we have this golden standard of the teams associated to the Proverbs, if available, if possible, maybe we can try to see if there is any future. But this is the first step towards that automatic classification.
And do you think that we need that golden standard that would fit that purpose, including that ChatGPT, other AI, and also human classification? So
it is necessary to devise a task where these classifications should be useful.
Yeah.
Unless we have this task precisely defined, and we don't have it yet, I don't think it is. We can move very, very much forward on that direction.
So maybe the chat or AI has something in the mind, creating the different classification, and just try to fool us humans.
Well, I don't know he has a mind, but I do know that he produces very adequate descriptions of the proverb, of the meaning of the proverb, and he often gets it right, more right than the humans do in the classification process. And some of the examples in the last slides that Sonia produced here were very exemplificative of how off the human authors were. So it's not just because there's, I don't recall exactly one of the last slides, but because they talk about an animal that they're talking, the proverb should be classified, the theme of the topic. Sorry? Yes, in Book of Shadow no entra mosca. In a closed mouth, a fly could not enter. So something that it's a proverb that recommends prudence and being quiet about topics so that no mistakes are. Okay. So this kind of topics, the topic should be, or the theme should be prudence, and the systems produce better results than humans that classify these as animals, which is a little bit absurd. So the human authors, I mean. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. Any other person who would like to ask about some aspects? No? I don't see any hands up. So in this situation, many think, well, there is a person who would like to ask a question. Great.
Thank you very much. I have been doing the similar thing, but with human. The classifiers. We are building the Croatian thesaurus of Proverbs, and we have entered 8,000 Croatian proverbs. Our students are classifying them. And we have been using the Matikusi classification, and it works so far for 2,000 Croatian proverbs. So I wanted to ask you if you have tried to compare the Matikusi, the classification to the large language models. What have they done? If it's similar to that, or if there are large discrepancies between these two?
No, we did not do that, but I'm sure that we are going to try to do that because we have lots of data to analyze, so that's one of the...
It's a very good suggestion because it's a very good system, and so far we have been managing, to classify Croatian proverbs according to his classifications. So maybe a suggestion, to compare the LMEs to the actual, existing classifications. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for the questions. Many thanks for the answers and, of course, for your presentations. We really enjoyed. And now, last but definitely not least, Isabella Dixon and Harald Uland with a presentation with a fascinating title, How Humanitarian Are Proverbs. So the floor is all yours.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. We're really happy to be here again, and I hope that you will like our thoughts that we want to present on this topic. So I'll go straight to the presentation. So how humanitarian are Proverbs? I think that, okay. I think that this is a question that links us to the paper presented by Professor Mida in the Journal of Humanities. And he put maybe not exactly the same question, but he was analyzing the humanistic value of Proverbs in socio-political discourse. Now, we are not going to go through this paper because it runs into, I don't know, a couple of dozens of pages. But we wanted to just to remind you of various proverbs which actually can be found in the works of Professor Mida, which kind of answers that sort of question that quite a few politicians have been propagating proverbial wisdom, which actually is supposed to touch upon the humanities and humanitarian kind of issues. So we start with love thy neighbor. That was used in Abigail Adams, the wife of the second president of the U.S., John Adams, and it was also used by Martin Luther King. A house divided against itself cannot stand. It's a biblical proverb, and it was used by Abraham Lincoln. We have do unto others as you would have done, as you would have them do unto you. This proverb actually appears also in our presentation. We have a few thoughts about it. And I'm absolutely sure about the golden rule by Barack Obama. Now, this is not exactly a proverb, but it is a reference to, obviously, the previous proverb. So, how humanitarian are Proverbs? We thought that the topic needs to be sort of matching the kind of socio-political system, no, maybe not system, but what is going on in the world currently. So what are the humanitarian issues that we should be addressing in the days of humanitarian crisis? And I'm relating, mean a couple of wars, there are wars, there is displacement in the world, and of course there are quite a few issues with the distribution of humanitarian aid. So I was thinking with Harald where Proverbs stand in all this, but in a slightly, as I said, different angle from Professor Mida's. And actually our sub-theme and another question that I would like to pose to paremiologists, current modern day paremiologists, is to what extent are individuals and paremiologists ethically obliged to preserve, teach and integrate humanitarian proverbs into daily discourse to foster social values? You'll see why perhaps towards the end of this presentation. So we started by defining humanitarianism, because I think it's always good to start somewhere like definitions. So a few key phrases. So promoting human welfare. You'll see that these themes actually are recurrent. Alleviating widespread humanitarian suffering. We have from Cambridge similar kind of ideas. So improving lives, mitigating suffering. From Merriam-Webster, we have human welfare and social reform. Oxford actually mentioned the compassionate, altruistic added to the description, so charitable or public-spirited. And then also the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Modern World produced quite a few different principles that I would like to show perhaps on this coming slide, which actually capture a personal ethical code, a principle of social morality,
We have an ideological framework that goes with it, an institutional call to action. So you have quite a few different aspects of humanitarianism. So, of course, this definition actually integrates quite a few aspects of humanitarianism. We looked also into the collocations, and we used the Siebel corpus for that, and we came up with, not surprisingly, humanitarian aid at the top of that list, followed by humanitarian crisis and humanitarian assistance and humanitarian ground, disaster relief, organization, work, law, and mission. Maybe for illustration, I thought that you can have a peep at various actions and various humanitarian, not only activities, but also areas of activity, and also some of the humanitarian organizations. Now, humanitarianism in the modern day and age is often criticized, and I think there is a very good reason for that. So, summarizing, the key critiques of what humanitarianism is about is neo-colonialism and power imbalances, lack of accountability and transparency. Actually, this theme is investigated currently by one of my law friends. She is writing about the lack of legal, there's the lack of normative character of the international law, so the humanitarian aid is not actually reaching the people that should be reached, let's say. There are a lot of interesting aspects of that. So, short-term focus and the so-called band-aid solutions, white savior complex, humanitarian aid as a political tool, economic impacts on local markets, volunteer tourism, which is kind of often criticized when it comes to humanitarian actions, and perpetuation of inefficiencies in crisis response. Quite serious stuff. We have no time to go into all these, so I will just mention a couple of humanists and sociologists, like Jacques Fresco, who was a kind of very interesting person, very exciting person. Not many people know about him, but he was often characterized as a social engineer, proposing a variety of ideas how we could restructure our societies in order to eradicate all those problems that actually call for the humanitarian aid and stuff. So I just want to mention his name if you want to check him up. A very interesting character. And the next name is one of the sociologists and social philosophers of Polish origin, Zygmunt Bauman, and he actually often criticized humanitarianism for being a mere moral band-aid. So he actually stated something as that humanitarian interventions address symptoms of global inequality like famine, displacement, war, but fail to tackle the underlying structure of power and exploitation that cause crises. He also said that, or states that while humanitarian efforts are necessary, of course, and often well-intentioned, the concern is that they are more or less, they only serve to alleviate guilt and maintain the status quo rather than driving systematic change. He sees humanitarianism as part of a broader social and moral dilemma in our modern globalized world. And we could summarize what he actually states in one of his books entitled Globalization. Humanitarianism often serves to alleviate the consequences of those in affluent societies without requiring them to engage deeply with the systemic injustices that create the need for humanitarian aid in the first place. So quite a serious things. So my question, and Harald's question, is could Proverbs serve as a moral band-aid, or should rather be more like a moral compass? And we haven't got much AI in our presentation. We have a few images. And this is one of the images, actually, I asked AI to create, and it came up with this idea: blessed are the peacemakers. Now hold on to that thought, because it's something that is going to be also in the summary of our presentation. I've actually produced a couple of images, one of which is supposed to show different aspects of humanitarian aid, so like showing compassion, sharing, cooperation, and all that. And it takes us to the golden rule that is mentioned in Wolfgang's paper. And this is one of the interesting modern-day interpretation of the golden rule, which we thought is fit for this presentation. But strangely, I know that you all know the golden rule. I ask my students, second year MA students, so they are the leaving year of MA studies. And yeah, we know the golden rule. And I said, what is it? So they were very happy to translate it into Polish. I mean, the golden rule is złota zasada. Oh, okay, fine. I said, well, could anyone quote it? Not a single student. That really terrified me. They know it now. So just in case, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This rule actually summarizes it all. This rule is present in every single religious system you can think of, and also non-religious system, by the way. So just to summarize a few things, so it exists in Judaism, in Islam, in Hinduism, Buddhism, and of course also in Confucius stated that. We also have ancient Greek philosophers such as Socrates and Aristotle, and humanism. So there is a version for basically everyone. So the golden rule that is, for example, a part of the British legal system is based on that golden rule. So it is a very good rule, I say to students, isn't it? I mean, if you give people kindness, you get kindness in return, in any kind of, whichever manifestation of kindness you consider. And we have a proverb, kindness begets kindness. So we looked for various kind of references to the golden rule in proverbial language and also in citations. And this is what we came up with. So kindness begets kindness. Do good and good will come to you. A good deed is never lost. Spread love wherever you go. That apparently is attributed to Mother Teresa. And one more. Let no one ever come to you without leaving better and happier. Fantastic. Also attributed to Mother Teresa. And a few illustrations. I always ask Google to come up with very fitting illustrations of proverbial language, and you will always find something very catchy and nice. So we did actually a lot of manual work through various dictionaries. So we didn't use AI because it was very difficult. Even though we have a definition of humanitarianism, it actually wasn't very good at producing lists of proverbial language, so we did a little bit of manual digging. So among the traditional proverbs that we thought reflect that wisdom, or reflect an aspect of the golden rule, is charity begins at home. And you would say that, okay, it's a very literal proverb, but is it? Depends how you define home, because home can be your family, it could be your friends, it's somewhere you feel at home, like we feel here in Tavira. It could be a nation, your country. It could be, a community like you or whatever. But actually, when you think about it, it could be the globe, where we live. That's our home. So, okay, a little bit too far. So it can be very, actually, metaphoric as well. A friend in need is a friend indeed. We've had that proverb today. So, obviously, if you help someone, you show true kindness. It is better to give than to receive. Another proverb. Many hands make light work. We also had it today. So, interesting how these things link today. And the more you give, the more you get. A very good piece of wisdom. We looked also for the representation of some of these proverbs in the discourse, and we found actually, out of our choice, we haven't found terribly many texts in which, in online text, newspaper, journalism, and so on, we haven't found many of those proverbs in the discourse. We found charity begins at home. We're not going to study that so that we can manage. And we have the reference from South China Morning Post. So as they say, charity begins at home. Another text related to the more you give, the more you get. There is reference to this proverbial wisdom in one of the texts published in The Sun. But we haven't found really very many. Another lot of proverbs which we think express humanitarian ideas is actions speak louder than words. Because, well, it is really actions that are necessary when it comes to humanitarianism. We rise by lifting others. I think it's our obligation, and no act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. And of course, this is more of a saying, it's not exactly a proverb. So where there is charity and wisdom, there's neither fear nor ignorance. And again, a nice illustration. Or two. And this is the last lot of proverbs. You can't help everyone, but everyone can help someone. How often people say that, oh no, I can't save the whole world. But okay, if we start with a little thing and we do something to someone, it's doing something. A little kindness goes a long way. That's a good piece of wisdom for you as well. And one good turn deserves another. We do expect that if we do something to other people, they will return. Better to light a candle than curse the darkness. And again, a lot of people say, oh, the world is such a terrible place. Oh, no, it's so terrible. Okay, but what are you doing to make this darkness a better place? An helping hand is better than a praying lip. So this is the one also attributed to Mother Teresa. And teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. So something about spreading knowledge and spreading and sharing ideas and knowledge and providing others. We actually found reference to this proverb. So give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and feed him for a lifetime. And there was this text found about 10 years ago about whether they should be provided with help or not. So humanitarian proverbs, if we assume that this lot of proverbs that we have selected have got some kind of piece of wisdom that goes with humanitarian ideas, we could say that, you could derive certain qualities, what qualifies these as proverbs with humanitarian value. So we have empathy, of course, so understanding and sharing the feeling of others. We have kindness, we have friendliness and consideration and compassion. We have cooperation, we have reciprocity, we have generosity, and being helpful. And, of course, spreading knowledge, wisdom, and removing, perhaps, inequality, lack of fairness, and, So could Proverbs serve as a moral band-aid, or perhaps be a bit more? Well, you know, we've said it so many times today already that Proverbs have that unique potential to prompt responsive action, especially when shared by influential figures like politicians. As culturally ingrained expressions of wisdom, they can serve as powerful calls to moral responsibility, urging people to consider not just empathy but also accountability. Politicians, by disseminating these proverbs, could elevate humanitarian values in public discourse. And the dissemination could transform proverbs from passive reflections into active prompts, inspiring individuals and communities to engage in solutions that go beyond the moral band-aid, so as criticized by Bauman. But to our disappointment, when we looked for these proverbs in discourse, we haven't found them used by politicians. And that is really something that pains us quite a lot. So what is happening to those fantastic pieces of wisdom, those things that actually cause the fact that that they are perhaps, maybe not cause, but that these wisdoms are integral part of our morality. So why are they disseminated anymore? We can't find them in political speeches. And also, I am very disturbed by the fact that students of humanities don't even know the golden rule. So what is going on? Where are those fantastic values? Why are they disappearing? We have a few ideas about that, but perhaps I'll move on to our conclusions. Maybe I should read actually the last point. So when strategically used, Proverbs can thus bridge personal ethics with collective action, potentially fostering a deeper societal commitment to addressing the root causes of inequality and injustice. And also about solidarity, because I think a lot of traditional proverbs are replaced by things that perhaps haven't got such an amazing value, but solidarity is a value, and it is a humanitarian value. So we're all in this together. We search for this phrase to conclude, perhaps, with. And actually, this is something that you will find in political texts. We have Clinton that used this, and we also find it occasionally in a newspaper, not really in a magazine. So this also brings us to another proverb that, we're all in this together. So whatever is happening in the world right now, it's not that it is, let's say, confined to a specific part of the world. It seems that way. But isn't it really something that affects us all? Remember, we are in the same boat, on land or on sea, but we are, metaphorically. Whatever global problems we're being affected by at the moment, honestly, it's not the Middle East, it's not the East, it's all of us. All of us are affected. And because we're in the same boat is a very, let's say, it's a proverb which is often repeated, reiterated, and also changed. There are a lot of interesting versions and interpretations of this wisdom. And one particular, actually, we always wanted to make a talk about it, and we never did. I don't know if you're familiar with this story that was very viral during the pandemic. Somebody actually wrote on, social media, we're not all in the same boat, but we're in the same storm. And that's a very good thought. And we are in the same boat. We're in the same storm. So, concluding, we started with kindness. Kindness begets kindness. And Martin Luther King said, hate begets hate. Violence begets violence. When we fight violence with violence, we're not going to get kindness in return. So I go back to the same thought we started with. Blessed are the peacemakers. So where are we and proverbs of humanitarian kind? So proverbs throughout history have often encoded profound moral values, many of which are rooted in humanitarian ideals. Proverbial message once guided societies with principles of empathy and communal responsibility and compassion. Without a reinvigoration of compassion and moral integrity, people are vulnerable to division, fear, mistrust. We have to remember that a house divided against itself cannot stand. And again, metaphorically, well, what is a house? It could be your nation, it could be a home, it could be your nation. But I'm sorry, we're all in this together. So if a global community is not united, can we stand? That's a food for thought. So moral obligations. To what extent are individuals and paremiologists ethically obliged to preserve, teach, and integrate humanitarian proverbs into daily discourse to foster social values? I think we have a lot of obligation on that front. And we have a few more cultural and moral responsibility, role of paremiologists as custodian of cultures. That puts a lot of weight on our shoulders. And practical use in discourse. So with that thought, I would like to close on behalf of Harald and me, and that's more or less it.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you, Isabella. Thank you, Harald. It was most insightful, and I'm sure everybody has enjoyed. So, just one or two questions, and later we can continue during the break. Anybody who would like to ask a question? Or
these were difficult questions. We can have coffee.
No, I can see there is a person.
Okay.
Would like to ask a question?
Thank you for a wonderful and interesting presentation. A simple question would be: when you did a research on the kind of humanitarian, which means pro-humanitarian proverbs and the likes, did you search also of proverbs that might be considered as anti-humanitarian? Because I don't know if that applies to other languages, but I think that there are, in many languages, the case is that for a pro-humanitarian proverb, you can find one that is almost against the one quoted. So. But you okay? I see.
No,
you didn't do that.
No, I didn't want to do that. And even if we decided to go in that direction, we didn't want anti-ideas to the idea we wanted to present and share today. So we didn't go that far, and we're really more concerned about those proverbs from that perspective, not the other end. So no, we didn't consider that.
Okay, that.
Mm-hmm. There are actually, there's, I think, a lot of work on international proverbs, because these concepts and the golden rule, I'm sure there are proverbs that we haven't yet found, and we would perhaps want to go in the direction of creating a kind of more neat classification, put them into some categories and so on. So categories, sorry. No, if you can do that topic if you like.
No, I'm just asking this because.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
yes.
just a sub question.
Absolutely.
Very brief, just a comment, because usually that's unfortunately the experience we get again and again. That we do all agree we are in the same boats, and that the global problems affects us all, but. The problem is that super rich, elite people do not agree to be in the same boat. That's
okay, all right, yes, but I didn't want to go into the
not so
critical thing,
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. Many thanks for the answer. And now it's time to invite all our presenters. So please come forward, Professor Batista, Sonia, Reish. So please come here. Now it is diploma time, Harald. So once again, I would like to say thank you to all our presenters. You have talked about different topics, but the common denominator was that all the presentations were absolutely fantastic, most interesting, and I'm sure that everybody has enjoyed listening to you. And you are our inspiration for today, for sure. So let me start with Sonia. Here it is for you. And George, this is for you. A great pleasure for me to deliver. Isabella and Hannah. And now, photo time. I think everybody has taken a picture. So once again, many thanks for being here with us. And now it's coffee time.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quer cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Come on, people, quick, quick, quick. This is the end of the break.
Well, we have one less talk, so... So do you want me to explain about Oslo?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you, everybody. Before we start, I need to inform you that there is a slight change in the program. So we're only going to have 2 presentations. We're going to have Christian, and then we're going to have Vincenzo. And unfortunately, Osner had a few problems with her flight, so she will be talking tomorrow. All right. So I give the floor to the first presenter, Christian Grandel, who is going to be telling us about Proverbs in ancient Egyptian letters. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Damien. After 2 presentations on modern German proverbs, I'm going back to my academic roots, and where it all began here in Tavira at the Interdisciplinary Colloquium on Proverbs, in other words, to the ancient Egyptian proverbs, more precisely, Proverbs in ancient Egyptian letters. As previous results of my dissertation project, the proverb in ancient Egyptian literature, and other assumptions seem to confirm, the majority of the few known proverbs of ancient Egypt can be found in its preserved literature. It includes, as I've already outlined here, the extensive genre of the narrative, with its stories of gods, heroes, magicians, the discursive and dialogical texts, the prophetic texts, the large genre of wisdom texts, verse poetry, as well as the form of the literary letter. It is literature in letter form, which became widespread at the latest from the Middle Kingdom of the 11th and 12th dynasty, the New Kingdom of the 18th and 20th dynasty, the Egyptian late period of the 26th to the 31st dynasty, and the Greco-Roman period. We can therefore speak of a period and its proverbs of more than 2,500 years in their respective languages, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian and Demotic, and with their various written forms in Middle Hieratic, Late Hieratic and Demotic. Beyond ancient Egyptian literature, the ancient Egyptian letters as a product of culture also seems to be a not insignificant source of oral narrative forms, especially of everyday life. If you like, living language put down on paper. And thus also of proverbs, although perhaps not quite as frequently. Considering that life before death took place in ancient Egypt, especially in the fertile Nile Valley and the Delta, with its annual life-giving inundation, it is surprising at first glance that so many ancient Egyptian letters from these 3 periods have survived. Because they were not carved in stone for eternity like hieroglyphs on the temple walls or painted on the walls of tombs in the higher necropolises of the desert for a life after death, but were written in their cursive form, hieratic and demotic, with a rush and ink made of soot, by no means waterproof, next to shards of clay and limestone, especially on such perishable materials as papyrus. We will come back to the significance of the Nile inundation and the life after death for the ancient Egyptians in more detail. These letters were written by a variety of people. They wrote themselves or used a scribe, such as the king, his high officials, lower officials, priests, members of the military, workers in the necropolis, or landowners, including letters also from women to women. The majority of the letters deals with very specific topics of everyday life that required the addressee's attention, such as economic matters, trade, agriculture, law, administration, family life and religion, to name but a few. I have already had the opportunity here to go into detail about the possibilities of the perception of proverbiality in languages that are no longer spoken today and will not do so again, not least for reason of time, but would like to try to show this very specifically with the selected letters. I would just like to point out that an attempt to prove the currency, one of the essential characteristics of a proverb, would not be very successful. There are far too few preserved sources for this, and not only in ancient Egypt. But let us now turn to the ancient Egyptian letters. The first letter I would like to present, and I have to say, unfortunately, that I have no PowerPoint. I tried to put the pictures I have scanned to a PowerPoint. And there was a problem with the escalation. I couldn't solve it also with the help of others. So please, there's no PowerPoint to show you the single letters I'm speaking now about. The first letter I would like to present is the second letter of Hekanachte. Together with 3 other letters and 4 accounts, it forms the so-called Hekanachte papyri, which are among the most remarkable finds of the Middle Kingdom. And I must correct my information in the abstract date somewhat later to the early years of the 12th dynasty, about 1956 to 1953 BC. They were found during the Egyptian expedition of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York in the years 1921 to 1922 in the debris of the intact tomb of Mesech, which is located in the Theban necropolis of Deir el-Bahri. Maybe some of you have already heard about Deir el-Bahri. The Hatshepsut temple is one of the most famous temples which is there, next to the necropolises. How these documents of everyday life ended up in a tomb, religious text on papyrus, such as the so-called Book of the Dead, are known as burial objects, is not sufficiently clear. However, it has been conclusively proven that this letter, which is very well preserved, except for a few parts, was written by the mortuary priest Hekanachte himself in Middle Hieratic script, and with a height of 27.9 centimeters and a width of 40.8 centimeters, is one of the longest preserved ancient Egyptian letters, together with another one from this group. Both were written in the summer of the same year during the time of the inundation and are addressed to his household in Nebsit, a place near to Thebes that is no longer known today, while Hekanachte himself had business in the north. The content consists of a wealth of domestic matters, such as the cultivation of land, the distribution of grain, rations, or the settlement of personal disputes, to name but a few. Just aside, the very liveliness of these quarrels in the Hekanachte family formed the basis for Agatha Christie's novel Death Comes as the End. Maybe some of you have read it. It was first published in 1944. And the suggestion to set the story in ancient Egypt came from a friend of the family, the English Egyptologist Stephen Glanville, who was also the first one who worked on the demotic instruction of Anshe Shonki. I mentioned it also in my presentations before, which contains much more proverbs than any other ancient Egyptian text. The letter begins as follows. A son who speaks to his mother, the funerary priest Hekanacht, to his mother Ipi, and to Hetepet. How are you? Are you alive, prosperous and healthy? In the favor of Montu, Lord of Thebes, and to the whole household. How are you? How are you? This is typical for ancient Egyptian speech to repeat such greetings and questions. Are you alive, prosperous and healthy? Do not worry about me. Look, I am well and alive. Look, you are like the man who eats until sated, having hungered until his eyes sank in. Look, the whole land is dead, and you have not hungered. Look, before I came upstream here, I fixed your rations well. Now, has the inundation very big? Look, our rations are fixed for us according to the state of the inundation, which one and all bear. Look, I have managed to keep you alive so far. This beginning of the text is followed by a list of the individual rations of barley for each person in the household of Hekanachte, which I will omit here. And now follows the passage that is of particular interest for us. Lest one of you get angry about this, look, the whole household is like my children, and everything is mine. As they say, half of life is better than death in full. Look, one should say hunger only about real hunger. Look, they have started eating people here. Look, there are none to whom such rations is given anywhere. You should conduct yourself with diligent heart until I have reached you. Look, I will spend summer here. Here means in the north, away from his family. The other parts of the letter, which I will not give in translation here, deal with the distribution of these rations, detailed instructions for tilling the fields, and to be industrious. It is also about finally paying for a self-responsible loss and fulfilling the wish of another person. And last but not least, the admonition to treat his wife with respect during his absence. As some of you may have already noticed, it is about the sentence, half of life is better than death in full. Apart from the sentence, look, they have started to eat people here, which may also prick up your ears, but which should not be taken literally either, because cannibalism didn't exist in ancient Egypt. The sentence, half of life is better than death in full, has sometimes been assumed by Egyptologists to be a saying or an aphorism as well as a proverb. It is characterized by its clear imagery, is short and concise, and has the well-known proverb structure, A is better than B. Translated into Middle Egyptian, nefa, for good, R means in the opposite to B. With the antithetical pair of expressions ges en anch, which means half of life, and met em seb wa, which means death in full. If we look at its context, which is not only important for the meaning of a proverb, but also can refer to it, we find the particle erjet. Literally means it's something like with the words, which is usually used to introduce direct speech, but is often not rendered in a translation or only as a colon. However, both syntactically and semantically, it makes perfect sense to render erjet as they say in this context. Even if it will never be possible to prove the currency of this proverb with certainty, as I mentioned at the beginning, it has only been documented once so far. Its structure, stylistic features, and not least its context speaks for themselves. That we are dealing with an ancient Egyptian proverb from the Middle Kingdom, and its meaning should become clear from its context, I think. The second letter I would like to present is a letter from a mayor of Ne to Jaroy. It's housed in the museum in Genève. I made another mistake in the abstract. The ancient Egyptian name of the city of Thebes is, of course, Ne and not Pi, but this is just something aside. Together with about 50 other letters, it belongs to the group of the so-called late Ramesside letters from the time of the New Kingdom and dates to the 20th dynasty of Ramses XI, about 1105 to 1176 BC, around the second year of his Renaissance period. Every king, pharaoh, how you may call him, has to renew his position after a certain point of time, normally 15 years like that. It is highly probable that all these letters also originate from a Theban necropolis, namely Deir el-Medine, and were found by locals when they plundered the tombs in the years 1817 and 1818. Our letter entered the collection of the Musée d'Art et d'Histoire in Genève, as I said, as a gift or purchase, we do not really know, in 1867. The letter, with a height of 17 centimeters and a width of 16.5 centimeters, is not completely preserved on its entire left, apart from damages in the text itself. Written in a late hieratic handwriting that is not so easy to read, it is not possible to say whether the letter from a mayor and major domo of Thebes, whose name is only preserved with its ending, ad ref, was also written by himself. As far as can be understood, this letter is about whether his follower was rightly beaten by a worker of the necropolis and what Atref intends to do after he has made up his own mind about that. I will translate the entire letter. It's not that long as the other one, so we can hear now a letter as complete as it is. The steward, mayor of Thebes, and troop commander of the archery, Artref, to the scribe of the great and noble Tom Charoi, in life, prosperity, and health, in the favor of Amun-Re, king of the gods, your Lord, every day. Furthermore, I have heard the matter concerning all that you have sent to me about. I caused this necropolis worker to say, but there is truth in his speech, so you said. Have you not heard, and there's another lacuna, an important one, words. Now follows the colon. True is what is spoken in private. If your superior returns, do not let him go away from you. You shall have this man brought from passes by, and you shall bring my follower with you. If I find that this necropolis worker was right, that he beat my follower, I will give him whatever we do not know, there's another lacuna for it. If I find out that my follower is right, that he has been beaten on his body, I will let you see what I will do with him. Oh, the man refused to work by enjoying himself, but the harvest has perished. As you maybe have recognized, there are many, many lacunas in this text, and all the content is not really clear, a thing Egyptologists have to face very often. And then follows the address of the letter, the mayor of Thebes and major domo to the scribe of the great and noble Tom Charoi. To cut a long story short, of interest in this letter is the sentence, true is what is spoken in private, which Egyptologists again assume to be a proverb. Different to the proverb in the second letter of Hekanachte, it has no other proverb markers apart from its brevity and conciseness, if I've not missed anything. But let us take another closer look at the context. This sentence is introduced syntactically by an interrogative sentence that begins about halfway through line 5. I quoted in the transliteration. This is the language we Egyptologists work with. Enbu pu ek sechem, which means have you not heard? Then is missing about 4 signs due to the damage on the left side of the recto, and continues in the 6th line with the noun sechet, which is literally something like words, followed by the already known particle erget, which is translated or not translated or just used as a colon. Some Egyptologists thought that this noun already is the late expression for proverb, and late Egyptian expression for proverb, and simply added the definite article pa, the, to the lacuna. However, as I have been able to show elsewhere, without going into detail here, I would merely like to point out that sechet is not known as an expression for proverb on its own. It makes sense to add huit to the lacuna, and one obtains the compound noun huit sejedet, known from the phrase chepe em huit sejedet, which means in English translated to become proverbial, and thus the late expression for proverb, corresponding to the well-known compound noun chen en medet for proverb in the Middle Egyptian language. It is possible that the writer of this letter, whose name we do not really know, we only know the ending, Artref, used here the expression for proverb to give more emphasis to the proverb he used in the text towards the addressee, towards Charoi. I would have liked to conclude by presenting the yet unpublished letter of Hartophnachtes, son of Zeplonychus to Eshmonuphis, papyrus which is collected in Berlin, in more detail. It belongs to the so-called Rubenson Library, texts from the Nile island of Elephantine from the excavations of die Staatliche Museen zu Berlin between 1906 and 1908. This letter, slightly damaged at the side edges, originally rolled up and wrapped with 2 narrow strips cut out of his back, is 35 centimeters long and 7.2 centimeters wide, written in Middle Demotic script and dates to the Ptolemaic dynasty, more precisely to the 4th or 3rd century BC. The content of this barely comprehensible letter is a journey of several people to Elephantine and an injustice that is said to have happened to Hart of Nachtes. It was to be published together with 39 other papyri by my late Dr. Vater Karl Theodor Zauzich in a further delivery of his Elephantine papyri, which were always very close to his heart. Unfortunately, however, he was no longer able to do so. In a letter dated June 25 of 2019, he wrote to me that he had come across a possible proverb in the lines 25-26 and asked me if I knew of a comparable one. I will quote now here the translation my Dr. Father has sent me. Unfortunately, only the translation of these 2 lines, which makes it difficult to say that we have really here a proverb. But I quote these lines. You know that the man is born when the body is full. Furthermore, they have whatever. This is the text which follows in the other line, in line 27. My reply, of course, also a letter as always. I let my Dr. Vater know that I was not aware of any comparable one, but that I could well imagine that a man is born when his body is full might be a demotic proverb, which in the end could only be concluded from its context, as I've just said. Unfortunately, I have not received a reply from him anymore. It has been the last letter to me. Thank you very much for accompanying me to my journey back to my ancient Egyptian proverbs, and we will see where it will take me in the future. Thank you very much.
Well, of course, we have time for questions because the second presentation has been moved to tomorrow, so don't hesitate. So, Wolfgang.
Yeah, wonderful, Christian. Thank you. I think what your paper very nicely showed, and you might recall that our friend who was mentioned earlier, František Čermák, wrote a paper on introductory formulas.
I know that,
how important they are when we read Egyptian texts in your case, but also early medieval ones, when we really wonder if something can be a proverb or not. But those introductory formulas are extremely helpful. And so I'm glad you have those, because you, of course, stuck with the idea that you only have one statement, right?
But I waited for this question, of course, because František Čermák, I know this article also said that it is not always helpful when we have this introduction if they really refer to a proverb or not. But in case of my ancient Egyptian proverbs, it's the only thing that helps us to identify a proverb if we have nothing else.
And
as the markers.
And if it isn't someone like you who, let's just say, has the scholarly guts to say it is a proverb, then we will never know. So keep going, keep going.
Yeah, I do. I know I have to do.
Thank you, Christian. It was really great. I was wondering, when you were explaining us and telling us the story about letters and proverbs, are there any thoughts in these letters that would, let's say, pretend to be proverbs by your nowadays language feeling? Do you know what I mean? So you would say this must be a proverb. It doesn't have a marker. I know it's my German knowledge of language, not as their contemporary speaker, but still, are there any such wisdoms that would nowadays seem to be proverbs?
Do you mean something like parallels in our language, which we sometimes use to say that it is a proverb or not? Yeah, we have that. I've not found it in letters because I started just with the letters. But for example, in the ancient Egyptian literature, on what I'm working much longer for now, there was the proverb which I quoted also as the headline for my first presentation here. There is no son of Pharaoh at night. And I think I've asked some of you here, can anyone make a clever guess what this proverb means, or does he know a parallel of that, of your language, of nowadays? And I think some of you said, at night all cats are grey. There's just another metaphor for the same topic in the end. You can use that, of course, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe a final question, or this is the now or never?
I shouldn't start talking, but we have a way out of this, Sasha, and wondering if maybe one of those old texts is a proverb or not. When Bartlett Jerry Whiting in the United States did his famous work on English proverbs before 1500, he was basically stuck with this. He realized that many of the early English texts he found were proverbs because they appeared multiple times, no problem. But in his title, he then used sententious remarks, proverbs and sententious remarks. In other words, I'm not quite sure if it is a proverb, but in order to be as complete as I possibly can and to go beyond what we have, I'll call it a sententious remark until I can show that it is in fact a proverb, hopefully.
This is the same what Manfred Hofmeister has done with his research of proverbs of Middle High German texts. Manfred Hofmeister, he called them much more complicated, sprichwortartige Mikrotexte, proverbial microtexts. And you wrote a review, for example, not you only, but Harald Burger also, and you both said, don't make it so complicated, especially with these old texts. No? Yeah. Try to call them proverbs, if you have found something, and if you find, as in the first letter, for example, in the first letter, the example with these proverbial markers, all these proverbial markers. And when you also look at the context, this is what Manfred Hofmeister worked out in his, I think it was his dissertation project, and after that his habilitation project. There are certain methods which help you to prove to have a proverb or not. For example, as in the letter, maybe when I read it, you have recognized you can leave this proverb out of the text of the letter without destroying the whole context of the letter. This is a good proof to say you have a proverb, because the proverb is very often used at the end of an argumentation, for example, to give more emphasis to the whole thing you have said before. And the letter is something short. Then you can bring it more to the point with a proverb, which you can, on the other side, delete of the whole text without the whole context missing. You want to give to one of these addressees of the letters. Yeah. There is a methodology, what I've spoken about in my second presentation here, with which you can, I'm more than sure, to say and to find out that here we have a proverb, or this is not a proverb. It happened much too often in ancient Egyptian literature, not the old literature, but the literature written about literature, the scientific literature, that someone says this is a proverb, and that is a proverb, and that is not a proverb, but without going into the detail to do this work. This is what I have to do.
Okay, I suppose we can thank Christian.
Thank you very much.
And now we can welcome Vincenzo Rambertini from Italy. The floor is yours, and we're going to be discussing Proverbs in political debates.
Okay, so thank you very much. So in the meantime, I would like to thank the organizers of this colloquium. Okay. So thank you very much. Just a brief introduction of myself. Okay, thank you very much. So I will just skip to the table of content of my presentation. I will show you some previous studies I made and my initial questions. I will show also my research methodology for retrieving proverbs in large corpora. I'll give you some features of the institutional and political discourse, mainly in Italian and French. And I will give you some contrastive and quantitative and also qualitative remarks between the data I had in my French corpora and in my Italian corpora. So, I think that my viewpoint and my starting point is quite interesting because I studied some proverbs in the plenary sittings of the European Parliament. I was interested in how the interpreters, parliamentary interpreters, could manage the translation of proverbs between French and Italian. So I analyzed data from the sittings in the European Parliament from 2014 until 2024. And I found that in Italian, in the Italian political speeches, there were only 30 proverbs, but I found 46 proverbs in the French speeches. Now, what is important to stress is that in general language, proverbs are normally more frequent in Italian speeches or texts than in French speeches of texts. I noticed this kind of qualitative result analyzing two very big corpora of reference corpora of Italian and French, and there are some researchers, I just quote here Conenna, an Italian researcher, that found that actually the Italian proverbs are more than the French proverbs. So is it just a coincidence, the fact that in the European Parliament there are more French proverbs than Italian proverbs? Why it is important, this question? Because interpreters have practical needs. The more prepared they are, the more their expectations are met, and the better their renditions will be. For instance, anecdotes, jokes, wordplays, digressions, quotes, and of course proverbs are very challenging to the interpreter. Let's see this video. I am going to show you the Italian simultaneous interpreting of a French speech. In this speech, there is a candidate proverb, and I will explain what I mean by candidate proverbs afterwards. The proverb is quand c'est flou, c'est qu'il y a un loup. The literal translation in English would be when something is unclear, there is a wolf. This is a proverb popularized by Martine Aubry, candidate for the Socialist Party presidential primary in 2011. And Martine Aubry was against the vagueness, the ambiguity of the other candidate, François Hollande. We are going to listen to this interpreting.
In Francia si dice che quando le cose sono vaghe vuol dire che c'è un lupo in agguato.
Okay, you have the translation. So in France it is said that when things are vague, it means that there is a wolf lurking. It doesn't mean anything in Italian. And also I think you can notice the silences produced by the interpreter. I don't have enough time to show, but afterwards the interpreter was in difficulty because she waited too much time and she waste too much time just to translate these proverbs. So, which is my research approach? Some beginning remarks. In contemporary dictionaries, we do not only have proverbs currently in use. These are some examples from the Italian dictionary Lapucci, Natale al balcone, Pasqua al tizzone. These are not actually in use in Italian, but on the contrary, they are quite well known in French. So, and also contemporary dictionary, of course, do not contain candidate proverbs. I mean by candidate proverbs, proverbs that are not still actually proverbs. They are similar to proverbs. They are spreading and may perhaps become true proverbs in the future, such as the proverb we listened to. Okay, let's skip to one of my research approach, which is based on the proverb markets, which are not only stylistic features, as actually they are intended in primology studies, but they could be words or expressions frequently used when uttering proverbs. So the proverb markers facilitate the retrieval of samples, of representative samples of proverbs and also candidate proverbs. This is very important in order, let's say, for teaching goals and even for in the field of interpreting. I could use these proverb markers into big corpora of French and Italian, to comparable corpora. And these proverb markers let retrieve and also compare proverbs, not only in reference corpora, but also in parliamentary corpora. Which were the proverb markers I used? Actually, when we are analyzing true data and true proverbs are uttered not by experts or primologists. And so that is why I had to use 4 different proverb markers in French and Italian. So not only the word proverb in French, proverbio in Italian, but also adage, dicton, and aphorism. The most frequent are actually proverb and adage in French and proverbio and detto in Italian. Aphorism, I do not have enough time to focus on this marker, but sometimes aphorism, this marker, find proverbs. Some other times, of course, it just leads to quotations. So, just to come back to my first question, are proverbs more frequent in French political and institutional discourse? I compared the analysis of 2 terms of the Assemblée nationale, the French parliament, the French lower house, from 2017 to 2024. And I compared these data with 2 terms of the Camera dei Deputati, the Italian lower house, more or less of the same period. Okay, from a quantitative point of view, we can see that actually the most used markers are proverb and adage in French, and proverb and detto in Italian. This was already noticed actually by Temistocle Franceschi. But what is surprisingly is that actually in Italian we have few proverbs compared to the French proverbs, more than 2.5 times less proverbs in Italian. So I tried to confirm these quantitative results using the first 20 proverbs I already found in another study I published in my book, and I searched for these 20 proverbs in the two parliamentary corpora. And actually, of course, I searched for these proverbs without any markers, just to see if they are present in the two corpora. As you can see in your right column, there are many, many proverbs that are not at all present in my corpora. And we have, I found 174 proverbs in the French corpus, against only 45 proverbs in Italian corpus. It is important to ask who utters proverbs in the parliamentary discourse, because in the different houses, the Assemblée Nationale and in the Camera dei Deputati, we have also many speeches of ministers, prime minister, and so on. And I found that in the Assemblée Nationale, in the French Parliament, there are 22 proverbs uttered by the members of the government. So I can also conclude that these kind of speeches are very institutional, of course, speeches. In the Italian data, I only found 3 proverbs uttered by prime ministers or minister. So the first hypothesis is that in Italian institutional discourse, proverbs are less commonly accepted than in French institutional discourse. The other hypothesis is that proverbs can have a more political function to achieve more political goals. And so, just a few information about the political discourse, which does not aim to inform or explain, but to, of course, achieve or maintain power. And the political discourse and the political speeches are not based, of course, on reasonable arguments. They appeal not reason, but emotions. So in political discourse and in political speeches, words are more important than things, and the form is more important than the content. So I made another quantitative analysis. I divided the speeches between the government member of the parliament and the opposition member of parliaments. And actually I found that in the French parliament, the opposition parties utter more proverbs than the governmental parties. With the Italian parliament, the situation is more complex, since we have many shifts of the political parties. So I just focused on 2 parties. On the Movimento 5 Stelle, which was one of the main government party during the 18th century, and Fratelli d'Italia, which is the Giorgia Meloni parties. And in the 18th term, Fratelli d'Italia was in the opposition. And so we can see that in the 18th term, Movimento 5 Stelle at the government have a lot of seats, 227 seats, but they only utter 7% of proverbs accompanied by proverb markers. Fratelli d'Italia, they had only 32 seats, and they uttered 25% of these proverbs. The situation is completely opposite. And nowadays, Movimento 5 Stelle has less seats, but they are uttering really a lot of proverbs. So, actually, we have more aphorisms in Italian than in French. And sometimes these aphorisms are true aphorisms. Some other times, actually, they are proverbs. But I think that it is important to notice that perhaps for Italian political discourse, it's more important to have some quotation, for instance, also in Latin language from ancient authors, than maybe popular proverbs. These are some qualitative remarks. These are some of the most frequent proverbs in my political and parliamentary corpus. I would like just to focus on this proverb. Il faut tout un village pour élever un enfant, which is, it takes a village to raise a child. This is not really a French proverb. It is an African proverb, but it is quite frequent in the French corpus, and also it is the only proverb, it's really the same proverb, of course in Italian, the only proverb that I noticed to be repeated. The other proverbs are not, for instance, repeated. So that is, I think, another proof just to underline the importance also to focus on candidate proverbs for interpreting and translation purposes. From a point of view, from a qualitative point of view, I've saw that and noticed that in the French Parliament there are sometimes some dialogues based on proverbs. In this video, in this case, we are going to see that the politician is beginning a proverb. It is not really the good version of it, and so two other politicians and also a minister are going to finish this, his proverb.
Madame la ministre, vous nous avez donné rendez-vous. Alors, il n'y a pas de date encore, mais vous avez dit il y en aura une. Bon, vous savez l'adage, hein, les promesses ne tiennent. Voilà. Mais je vous laisserai continuer. Voilà, n'engage que celle qui. Voilà. Mais j'ai vu cet après-midi que vous aviez pris plein d'engagements.
It is an example of a spontaneous proverbs. Another example of a spontaneous proverb can be noticed here in this video. It is a video, a speech that was given during the pandemic, and so the speakers must wait for the microphones to be sanitized. The politician does it alone. Unfortunately, we don't see this scene. The camera just shows the president of the parliament, but he says, chi fa da sé. It is a very, very frequent proverb in Italian. The literal translation would be, and it is only the first part of this proverb, chi fa da sé, fa per tre. He who does it alone does it for three. It would be the literal translation. So if you want a thing done well, do it yourself. Okay, some final remarks. It is important to study proverbs in the different type of discourse, especially for interpreter and translators' reasons, to let interpreters achieve a greater awareness and also create a larger number of automatisms and also anticipations, which are very important for simultaneous interpreters. The importance of proverb markers for comparative studies and also the statistical validity of these markers, which are also useful to find new candidate proverbs. Also, related languages, such as, for instance, Italian and French, may have important differences regarding how proverbs are used in political and institutional discourse. But I think it would be very, very interesting in this regard to expand the study to other languages. One possible explanation for the quantitative lower use of proverbs in Italian political and institutional discourse could be the perception of proverbs as being too closely tied to popular or also local realities, and it depends also on the history of Italy, fragmented and divided during the last centuries. Perhaps proverbs are actually the preferred tools of the opposition parties, and especially in Italian political and institutional discourse. Of course, it would be very, very interesting to carry out the same study, analyzing quotations from well-known authors, especially from classical antiquity or literary heritage, to see if a lesser use of proverbs corresponds to a greater use of quotations. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot. Now we have some time since we have one less presentation, so feel free to ask questions.
Thank you for that kind of qualitative and at the same time quantitative analysis of Italian and French proverbs in political discourse. My question is about just a little bit another one. I mean, not so clearly related to your topic, but so we know that Italian and French languages are related closely. They are from Roman languages in Indo-European language family, and in my humble opinion, every proverb has got, I mean, every Italian proverb has got its equivalent in the French language. Or am I having a mistake?
So, not all proverbs, and especially there are some proverbs that may exist actually in both languages, but that are not used in the same way. Or, for instance, are just used in one language and not in the other one. That is why very, very often also automatic dictionaries or automatic or parallel corpora make some mistakes and just translate a very common and frequent proverb, for instance, from French into Italian with the corresponding and existing proverb in Italian, but that is not yet known by Italian people.
You mean they have semantic changes by time?
Not semantic, but mainly there are a lot of usage changes. And the risk is that in one language you have a very, let's say, a very clear and transparent proverb. In the other language, the proverb is not in use, and so it is not as clear and immediate. Also immediate as the first one, because especially in political discourse, in speech, in political speeches, proverbs, but also fixed expressions must be very clear and very immediate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and my reaction is just opposite. What did you say? The last your words, that in a political speech everything should be very clear and direct. In fact, politicians usually try to hide the real the meaning of the expression, and my at least impression was that sometimes proverbs helps to do that. What do you think about?
No, actually, I totally agree with you. Actually, the ambiguity is part of the political speeches, but proverbs, these are my remarks. When a politician utters a proverb, it is especially at the beginning or at the conclusion, not only, of course, but it's very, very frequently at the beginning or at the conclusion of his or her speeches. And this is like a slogan. So like a slogan, it must be very direct. Also hidden in the truth, that is, of course, true. And also we have opposite proverbs. So it is very easy to say anything about and through proverbs, but they are like a weapon, and they must speak very. They must be direct to the audience. That is what I noticed in my corpora related to Italian and French discourse and speeches.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my question is about the size of the corpora. How many tokens did the French corpora have? Or
I
the
have
Italian?
no ideas. I have no ideas because these corpora are, this material is online material. It is not made for linguistic purposes, but just to let citizens having access to this kind of data. So the amount of this corpora also depends on the presence of proverb markers, because first of all I search for the proverb markers, and of course it depends a lot on it. So unfortunately I don't have any good answer for you. I just I think that the best criteria are the period of time and also the number of seats of different political parties. Because of course a small political party uttering a lot of proverbs means that the proverbs is a weapon against the majority, against the government party. But unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
I thought that the corpora were the part of the sketch engine because the Croatian HR VEC corpus is there, and that you have perhaps checked the size of the corpora. Okay, thank you.
But thank you very much for your suggestion.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I'm also interested in this topic, and I made already a presentation here in Tavira and in other places, but about the use of proverbs in media, discourse, political media.
Okay. That is very different.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I noticed that because, for instance, very frequent proverbs in some interviews passed by the television, for instance, for Italian politicians, are not present in my corpora. Just one of the most frequent proverbs I found in the media data I had is to err is human, more or less like this. It's very frequent because when the interviewer asks, but that was a mistake. Of course, to err is human. You don't find these kind of proverbs in the parliamentary speeches. Because proverbs are not, that use of proverb is like to defend. In the parliamentary speeches are more to attack some other parties.
And what are your plans about the continuation of this subject?
It's a very big study. So first of all, I think it's very interesting to compare this new data I have with what actually happened in the European Parliament, which was my starting point. And also, for instance, trying to found the proverb I have in my two parliamentary corpus in the European Parliament to see if, for instance, the paremiology used by European politicians, let's say the heritage, the proverb heritage is the same, or if in the European Parliament the proverbs are more, let's say, international proverbs and not really related to a specific cultural area. I found, for instance, one of the most frequent proverbs in the European Parliament is, in Italian and French, of course, the union makes the strength, l'unione fa la forza, but the union is very often used to indicate the European Union. But sometimes there are some local proverbs, local French and local Italian proverbs. Many times, I don't know why, but the proverbs are also international proverbs, such as, for instance, Asian proverbs, Chinese proverbs, Indian, African proverbs. At least the proverbs uttered along with the proverb markers. So the study is very, I am still at the beginning, and of course, I will go on.
And I completely agree with you that translating a proverb, it's a huge challenge for the interpreter.
Yeah, of course, definitely.
It must be very difficult to translate the nuances so rapidly. It must be murder, really.
Yeah. Actually, one of the first strategies used by the European Parliament interpreters is just to omit, to eliminate the proverbs. But if there is a direct equivalent of the proverbs, of course, they immediately translate it. Sometimes we have some examples of interpreters trying to translate a proverb and then losing the other part of the speech. So it is not, I think, the good way to do. But yeah. That is also the importance of, I think, studying real and authentic data.
All right, I've got Wolfgang next.
You probably all know this, but the last comments remind me of Nikita Khrushchev coming to the United Nations. You know, we all know that story. But there actually were pictures in the New York Times showing that the simultaneous translators had prepared themselves for Mr. Khrushchev really hammering proverbs one after another. And so they had in the booth all little markers with proverbs so that they could at least quickly look and see, my God, what am I going to do with this damn thing? And they actually did pretty well. But Khrushchev, when he came to America, he really kind of won the heart of the American people. He was fun. He enjoyed himself, and he enjoyed talking to the American people. And anyhow, but those are wonderful stories about an interpreter having problems with translating proverbs.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. And also because politicians read very, very quickly their speeches, and they don't supply the text, the written text, to the interpreters. Yeah, never.
Thank you.
Nowadays, never. I don't know why.
Thank you,
yeah.
Wolfgang, for recalling this case, because I remember a brilliant Hungarian journalist who was simultaneously translating the transmission of Khrushchev's speech, and Khrushchev used a proverb, which in Russian says, "Я покажу вам Кузькину мать," which shows, "I will show you the mother of Cosma." And he immediately found the Hungarian parallel, which says that, "I will show you where lives the God." So it's like a menace. So it was a brilliant case, but so it's always very difficult.
Yeah, of course, definitely.
So I've got maybe, one more at the end.
Eu vou falar em português. É o seguinte, é que eu não devia dizer nada, mas quando me falaste que os provérbios da África, quer dizer, é um bocado esquisito para mim ouvir isso, não é? Porque a África tem 700 línguas, tem milhetas, tantas línguas como culturas, e tem de facto, quer dizer, assim como o provérbio italiano tem outra expressão e é outro em França, também falar de provérbios da África é assim um bocado esquisito, não é?
Sim, muito obrigado.
Só na minha terra temos 9 línguas diferentes com suas culturas e várias outras variedades. Portanto, dentro dessas 9 culturas.
E também em China e Índia há muitas línguas. Já sei. Mas assim é. E se utilizam-se muitos provérbios. Quando analiso as etiquetas, os marcadores de provérbio, os homens políticos dizem, por exemplo, como diz o provérbio africano, mas não se sabe nem de onde, nem em que língua, nem se é verdade. Muito obrigado.
All right, so I had a little remark and question. So the remark here was very interesting to see that, Proverbs are double-edged swords, because with the second video where he wanted to attack the opposition with an adagial proverb, and he did not remember the correct one. And then the proverb was completed by, was it a colleague or the opposition?
Both.
All right. So
both. Yeah, both.
So he was helped by
also,
the opponents. That was very interesting.
The strength,
And I had a question about the new Proverbs. Quand c'est flou, c'est qu'il y a un loup. So if it's blurry, there's something fishy. Did you notice that it's used only by the left because it was invented by a left-wing politician, or is it used also by the right, or is it an obstacle to its propagation?
I didn't... it's quite an interesting question. So when I began this study, I just wanted to split my data in left and right. Then I had some problems, because nowadays some parties of the right speak some other parties of the left. So nowadays it is a bit confused, and I just take into consideration the opposition and the majority. Actually, I think it is only by the left, used mainly for French politicians, but I can tell you that I've already found some of these proverbs uttered in the European Parliament. So not only in the French Parliament, but also I have one of two occurrences in the European Parliament. And it is just this kind
of the same proverb, but in French too?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, so no more questions. I think we can thank Vincenzo.
Thank you.
So now it's time for the certificates, the diplomas. So Christian. So I think we can thank the participants again. And I don't have the information, but I think this is it for today. All right, so this was the end of day number 1. Thank you, everyone.